Chapter 2285. Tyrannical power flowed through every part of his body. Every movement of his contained terrifying power. When he moved, there would be a pressure. With both swords in his hands, Chu Mu let out a long roar. His aura gentian. The tyrannical power caused countless cyclones to collide, turning into airflow that swept out in all directions. With a swoosh, Chu Mu closed in on the Sword Emperor. His speed was much faster than before. In an instant, the two swords slashed with astonishing power and killing intent. The cross-shaped sword light seemed like it was going to tear the Sword Emperor into pieces. The Sword Emperor's expression changed greatly. He had only seen one person who could execute two secret techniques at the same time. That person was someone that he had to look up to. Now, there was a second person who was so powerful and posed a serious threat to him. In the depths of his heart, there was a trace of regret. However, this regret was washed away by the temptation of the light source. Executing two secret techniques at the same time is indeed very powerful. However, the burden is greater. You won't be able to maintain it for long. The Sword Emperor sneered. As long as he could hold on for the time being and wait until his opponent couldn't withstand the burden of the two secret techniques, it would be the time for him to counterattack. He would kill his opponent and seize everything, including the light source. After making up his mind, the Sword Emperor didn't want to clash head-on with Chu Mu. Instead, he executed the flowing light, dazzling steps and constantly dodged Chu Mu's attacks. He wanted to exhaust Chu Mu's strength. The flowing light, dazzling steps was fast and would leave behind dazzling afterimages. It was a very profound step skill. Once executed, the Sword Emperor's afterimages would be everywhere. They were so lifelike that it was hard to differentiate between the real and the fake. Furthermore, each of the afterimages would emit radiance that would affect one's vision. When one stared at it, one would feel dizzy. When the flowing light, dazzling steps were executed to the extreme, the Sword Emperor's afterimages were everywhere. It made everyone dizzy, and they didn't know which one was real and which one was fake. Chu Mu's vision was obviously affected too. Although it wasn't as obvious as the others, it was more or less. Therefore, he closed his eyes. It's true that you won't be disturbed if you close your eyes, but Sword Emperor Radiance sneered and immediately retaliated. The flowing light piercing sword instantly pierced out. Ultimate move, flowing light piercing slash. In an instant, countless figures of the flowing light Sword Emperor attacked Chu Mu. It was unknown which sword was the real one. Chu Mu, who had his eyes closed, increased his perception to the max. Under the amplification of the Grand True Wheel, his perception was even more shocking. In the world of his perception, the afterimages disappeared one after another. Those were all fake. In the end, only the Sword Emperor of Radiance and his sword remained. The sword blade once again entered the void. In an instant, the sword blade would appear beside Chu Mu and stab towards Chu Mu's vital points. Radiant sword kill. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mu's sword tore through the air and stabbed out. Stellar sword strike. This was the second sword strike. The radiant sword strike clashed with the flowing light piercing slash. The stellar sword strike towards the Sword Emperor of Radiance was completely unexpected. However, the Sword Emperor of Radiance had gone through countless life and death battles and was very experienced. Even though it was unexpected, he reacted instantly. He twisted his body and dodged the stellar sword strike by a hair's breadth. However, Chu Mu's attack wasn't just one strike. Instead, it was one strike after another. It was as though there was no end to it. Under the transformation of the potential stimulated by the human Tao quintessence, Chu Mu temporarily possessed inexhaustible energy. Under the overwhelming energy, he could only stab and stab continuously in order to alleviate the feeling of his body being filled up and about to explode. Radiant sword strike. Stellar sword strike. Sword Ten's all-heaven sword style was mixed with ordinary sword strikes. It was densely packed like a torrential storm. It gathered into a long river of sword light and surged forward continuously. Such an attack was enough to make one's expression change and shudder with fear. The Sword Emperor of Radiance might be powerful, but under such an attack, he was like a small boat that drifted with the waves. All of a sudden, a huge wave crashed onto the Sword Emperor of Radiance's body and sent him flying. The Sword Emperor of Radiance was injured in a single strike, but Chumu didn't show any mercy. Since the Sword Emperor of Radiance started on the heavenly snow mountain, he had been merciless towards Chumu. Every strike was meant to take Chumu's life. Now, Chumu had revealed all his trump cards and executed 2 secret techniques at the same time. He was bearing a huge burden and had the upper hand to injure the Sword Emperor of Radiance. It was impossible for Chumu to show mercy. If the Sword Emperor of Radiance was his enemy, he would kill him. If he showed mercy, the Sword Emperor of Radiance wouldn't be grateful. On the contrary, the Sword Emperor of Radiance would find every opportunity to eliminate Radiance in the future. Therefore, showing mercy to the enemy was equivalent to not being responsible for one's own life. The 2 swords were uninterrupted and the attacks were overbearing. They were violent like a volcano eruption and thunderbolts splitting the sky. All of a sudden, Chumu took a step forward and executed the 3rd rank of the 4 directions truth-seeking step to the extreme. The difference of a breath's time caused the Sword Emperor of Radiance and the others to have a strange feeling. Chumu wielded the 2 swords and swept past the Sword Emperor of Radiance. In an instant, the 2 swords slashed across the Sword Emperor of Radiance's body. Kill! Intense pain engulfed the Sword Emperor of Radiance's entire body, and his consciousness quickly sank into darkness. If you want me to die, you won't have it easy either. With his last thought, the Sword Emperor of Radiance made his final struggle and wanted to self-explode. However, how could Chumu give him the chance to do so? Under the attack of the 2 swords, the Sword Emperor of Radiance's self-explosion was interrupted and his soul spirit was crushed. His Radiance, translucent sword, and interspatial ring had all landed in Chumu's hands. Let's go! After muttering to himself, Chumu didn't stop the truth of human Tao. Borrowing the powerful energy that was surging out continuously, Chumu's figure flashed and appeared tens of thousands of meters away. Then he entered the Origin City. After entering the Origin City, Chumu stopped the execution of the truth of human Tao. After Chumu entered the Origin City, the spectators then reacted. The Sword Emperor of Radiance had been killed. The expert, who was ranked 37th on the Earth Carnage ranking, the Sword Emperor of Radiance, had been killed by a sword cultivator. This was a huge matter, and the news spread out very quickly. It was earth-shattering and caused a huge commotion. The experts on the Earth Carnage rankings were all very astonished, especially those who were ranked after or near the 37th rank. They even went around to find out who the person who killed the Sword Emperor of Radiance was. As for those experts who were ranked in the top 10, they only paid a little attention and didn't pay too much attention to it. This was because the difference between the 37th ranked Sword Emperor of Radiance and them was very obvious. Very quickly, some simple information about Chumu was dug up by people. It hadn't been long since Huang Xiaolong arrived at the primordial spirit battlefield. When he had first arrived, he was merely a low-level, second-step Emperor Realm cultivator. Now he was already a low-level, third-step Emperor Realm cultivator. Huang Xiaolong's improvement in cultivation was shocking. He must have concealed his cultivation. That's right. He must have concealed his cultivation. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to improve so quickly. Just when everyone was in a daze from shock, more news came out. It directly pointed out that Chumu wasn't really at the initial level of the second step Great Emperor Realm. Instead, he had a higher cultivation. He might have even reached the limit of the second step Great Emperor Realm. That was why he was able to break through to the initial level of the third step Great Emperor Realm in such a short time. This explanation was accepted by many. There were more and more rumors about Chu Mu. One of them was that this Chu Mu was the peerless genius from the ancient sword city who had obtained the 6th place in the Great Alliance Grand Competition 10 or 20 years ago. Of course, this explanation was scoffed at by many people. How was that possible? Although that Chu Mu was known as the #1 peerless genius, since ancient times, he had at most reached the level of the 1st step Great Emperor realm. The gap between the 1st step Great Emperor realm and the 3rd step Great Emperor realm couldn't be described with words. No matter how many explanations there were, in short, because Chu Mu had killed the Sword Emperor in a one-on-one battle. He had replaced the Sword Emperor's ranking and successfully entered the 37th place on the Earth Carnage list. The benefits were quickly revealed. When Chu Mu came to look for Nan Yi to refine pills, he wasn't rejected. Of course, as an alchemist, there was a fee to refine pills for others. The fee was 30% of the final pill. The price was a little high, but after some calculations, it was still worth it compared to swallowing spiritual herbs directly. Chu Mu had plucked a lot of spiritual herbs from the heavenly snow mountain. There were also many spiritual herbs in the Sword Emperor's spatial ring. Adding them all together, he could refine a lot of pills that were useful to him. The life and death battle with the Sword Emperor was also a kind of tempering. Chu Mu comprehended while waiting for the pills to be refined. At the same time, he also recovered the potential that he had consumed to display the true secrets of human Tao. Staying in the origin city, no one dared to make a move. However, there were many people who came to visit. It was nothing more than to make friends with him. After all, he was an expert ranked on the Earth Carnage list, and his ranking was relatively high. Most importantly, his cultivation was merely at the 3rd step Great Emperor realm. But he had strength that surpassed the ordinary 3rd step Great Emperor realm. Countless people thought highly of him. After waiting for a full month's time, Chu Mu's pills were all refined. These pills were mainly of the fire attribute, snow attribute, and ice attribute. They corresponded to the Grand Tao of fire, Grand Tao of snow, and Grand Tao of ice, respectively. After obtaining the pills, Chu Mu went into seclusion again. There were many fire attribute pills, snow attribute pills, and ice attribute pills. Chu Mu planned to use them to improve the mysteries of fire, snow, and ice in the All Heavens Sword Tao source. At the same time, he would use them to improve the All Heavens fire swords, All Heavens snow swords, and All Heavens ice swords. However, the celestial 5 elemental swords were damaged by the Sword Emperor's furious attack. Even after 2 months, they still hadn't fully recovered. After consuming the fire elemental elixir, the celestial fire swords also recovered and received further nourishment. The All Heavens fire sword's original grade had reached the middle grade of the Great Emperor realm. After passing through the 4th level of the God's Relic, it had further improved and was even closer to the upper grade of the Great Emperor realm. After Chu Mu refined and absorbed all the pills, the All Heavens fire swords broke through the shackles and reached the upper grade of the Great Emperor realm. It became the first sword that Chu Mu owned to reach the upper grade of the Great Emperor realm. At the same time, outside the absolute beginning divine world, 10 flash space divine boats appeared and flew towards the primordial spirit battlefield. Chapter 2286. As he clenched his fists, the sound of swords rang out and flames filled the air. The air became scorching hot, as if it was going to be burned into a vacuum. On the other side, cold air surged and descended, freezing the world. Scorching heat and cold each occupied one side. They were clearly separated and did not interfere with each other. Chu Mu's right hand was the fire sword of the heavens. The red sword body seemed to be made of pure flames. It gave off a scorching feeling at a glance. In his left hand was the ice sword of the heavens. The icy blue sword body was made of cold ice. Anyone who looked at it would feel like they were being frozen. Whether it was the fire sword of the heavens or the ice sword of the heavens, they were all upgraded and became upper Great Emperor swords. In addition, the snow sword of the heavens had also reached upper great emperor swords, other than the starry sword of the heavens, which contained the power of the great Tao of stars. Chumu's other heavens swords contained the power of the origin. Therefore, although the fire sword of the heavens, the ice sword of the heavens, and the snow sword of the heavens had just been upgraded to upper grade emperor swords, they were not inferior to top swords like the flowing light transparent sword. The swords in his hands turned into flames and ice and retracted into his body. Chu Mu waved his hand, and a large number of swords appeared around him. Every one of them was an emperor sword. These swords were all his spoils of war. They were all obtained after killing strong enemies. The immemorial sword seal secret technique was activated. Suddenly, 8 sword light flashed between Chumu's eyebrows. Every one of them gave off an astonishingly sharp radiance that cut through everything in the world and tore the void apart. A powerful suction force burst forth from the 8 sword light and swept out in all directions, covering all the emperor swords. In the next moment, they rolled back like a torrent. Pure sword chi emanated from every emperor sword. It was like 100 rivers returning to the stream and thousands of swords paying homage to their ancestor. All of them surged towards Chu Mu and entered between his eyebrows. Chu Mu's expression did not change, but the 8 sword light between his eyebrows flickered crazily, releasing an even purer sharpness. Vaguely, there seemed to be a 9th sword light appearing and condensing bit by bit. Wave after wave of pure sword chi poured into Chu Mu's glabella. The emperor-level swords trembled and let out mournful cries. It was the mournful cries of the sword spirits as they felt their bodies weakening and were quickly approaching death. Chu Mu's method of cultivation was a predatory method. It stimulated all the potential of the sword and transformed it into the purest sword chi for absorption. The price was the complete destruction of the sword. The sword chi on all the swords was stimulated and absorbed by Chu Mu. The 9th sword seal was slowly condensing and taking shape, becoming clearer and clearer. Every emperor's sword looked grayish-white and rusty. It was like an ordinary iron sword that had gone through the vicissitudes of time and was being eroded by the river of time, gradually decaying. There was a soft sound. The first decaying sword cracked and turned into powder. Then it was the second and third. More and more swords decayed and turned into powder. In the end, the ground was covered with grayish-white powder. The 9th sword seal was clearly visible between Chumu's eyebrows. It was not inferior to the other 8 sword seals at all. The immemorial sword seal's 9th level was finally completed. Once it was used, it could increase one's sharpness by 90%, increasing one's strength. After this cultivation, the 3 swords have been upgraded to high-grade emperor grade. They are even more powerful. The immemorial sword seal has been cultivated to the 9th level, and the power of my trump card has also increased. My cultivation has also improved from low-level 3rd step Emperor Realm to mid-level 3rd step Emperor Realm. My overall strength has increased compared to before I entered seclusion. Chu Mu said inwardly. Chu Mu estimated that with his current strength, if he fought with the Radiance Sword Emperor, he would be able to gain the upper hand even without using the truth of human Tao. Of course, it would be difficult to defeat the Radiance Sword Emperor. After the cultivation ended, Chu Mu came out of seclusion. He planned to leave the origin city and head to the stronghold again. He would then enter the center of the primordial spirit battlefield to hunt star beasts and god race experts. There were still a lot of star beast crystals in his spatial ring. However, Lil Tion's absorption speed was not fast enough, and he had to divert his attention to other things. Therefore, after the Myriad Heaven Stellar Sword was upgraded to mid-grade Emperor grade, it was gradually approaching high-grade Emperor grade. Star Beast crystals were not bad, but compared to Origin Stones and Origin Crystals, there was a big gap. Now, the Myriad Heaven's 5 elements swords have all been restored, but only the Myriad Heaven's Fire Sword has been upgraded to high-grade Emperor grade. If I want to maximize the 5-element sword's power, I need all 5 swords to be of the same grade. Is there a way to upgrade the other 4 swords to high-grade Emperor grade? Chu Mu thought inwardly. Moreover, the Myriad Heavens Wind Sword and Myriad Heavens Lightning Sword are still low-grade Emperor grade. With my current strength, they are not enough. I also need to upgrade them. Compared to upgrading the swords from mid-grade Emperor grade to high-grade Emperor grade, it was undoubtedly easier to upgrade them from low-grade Emperor grade to mid-grade Emperor grade. Chu Mu still had several tens of thousands of clan merit points. Moreover, he could also obtain clan merit points from killing God race experts. He could use them to exchange for some treasures to enhance his strength. It was necessary and cost-effective. Thinking of this, Chu Mu immediately changed his direction and headed towards the center of the origin city. There was a big hall there where he could use his clan merit points to exchange for some treasures. As his clan merit points decreased, Chu Mu's treasures also increased. They were mainly wind origin crystals and thunder origin crystals. The value of origin stones was relatively high. 1 origin stone required 1,000 clan merit points. As for origin crystals, which were of a higher grade than origin stones, each one required tens of thousands of clan merit points. In the end, Chu Mu exchanged for 2 wind origin crystals and 2 thunder origin crystals. He had less than 10,000 clan merit points left. With less than 10,000 clan merit points, even if he used them to exchange, they would not be able to significantly enhance Chu Mu's overall strength. It was better to keep them for now. After obtaining 4 pieces of origin crystals, Chu Mu quickly absorbed them. Not long later, the All Heavens Wind Sword and All Heavens Thunder Sword evolved to mid-grade Emperor grade. However, it was still not enough to evolve to high-grade Emperor grade. He still needed more origin crystals. All right, I've already raised what I need to raise to the limit. Next, I need to go to a life and death battle to sharpen myself. I need to convert all of the increased strength into true strength. Chu Mu thought to himself and walked out of Yuan City with large strides. His figure flickered and his speed was extremely fast. Chu Mu left the origin city and took out the matchless flying boat. He flew towards the 7th foothold. As soon as he arrived at the 7th foothold, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. It's Chu Mu, the new expert on the Earth Carnage roll. He doesn't seem to be anything special. His cultivation is not very high either. It's unbelievable that he could defeat the Sword Emperor of Radiance. Chu Mu walked all the way to the other side of the foothold. He was heading towards the center of the Yuan spirit battlefield. There were discussions all around, but he ignored them. After passing through the 7th foothold, Chu Mu walked out of the foothold's gate and disappeared from everyone's eyes. What a fast speed! Even I can't match up to this speed. A peak 3rd step Great Emperor expert was shocked. I heard that the Sword Emperor of Radiance's speed is shocking. This Chu Mu can kill the Sword Emperor of Radiance. His speed must be extraordinary. This Chu Mu has replaced the Sword Emperor of Radiance's ranking and is ranked 37th on the Earth Carnage roll. I wonder what his title is. His title will be announced soon. As a peak 3rd step Great Emperor, Chu Mu's speed was even faster. He executed the 1st level of the world's end near at hand. He was like a ray of light that streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, he left the 7th foothold and started to enter the center of the Yuan spirit battlefield. Along the way, Chu Mu also encountered some star beasts. However, he didn't make a move because those star beasts were too weak. He wasn't interested in making a move. The only thing that could attract Chu Mu's attention was the star beasts that had reached the high level. In fact, it had to be the stronger star beasts among the high-level star beasts. The stronger the star beast, the closer it was to the center of the Yuan spirit battlefield. The closer it was to the center, the lower Chu Mu's altitude. In the end, he flew close to the ground. In the center of the Yuan spirit battlefield, the starlight rays were denser than other places. Vaguely, One could see traces of colorful brilliance with the naked eye. It was very beautiful, but contained fatal danger. Weaker great emperors wouldn't dare to enter this place. Otherwise, they would be corroded. In terms of cultivation, Chu Mu was a peak third step great emperor. In terms of strength, ordinary peak third step great emperors were no match for him. He already had the ability to resist the starlight rays. Moreover, Chu Mu had the myriad heaven starlight sword, which would automatically absorb the starlight rays. No matter how many starlight rays there were, they would only become nourishment for the myriad heavens starlight sword. In front of Chu Mu was a god race expert. He was wearing an exquisite divine armor and exuded a shocking aura. He was holding a sword in each hand. One sword was red as if it was burning with flames. The other sword was icy blue as if it was frozen by ice. Chu Mu was very surprised. This was the first time he saw a god race expert holding two swords, red and blue dual swords, as well as a divine armor of red and blue colors. This caused a title to appear in Chu Mu's mind: Ice and Fire Divine Emperor. This didn't sound like a very outstanding name. However, those who knew it would be surprised, because this Ice and Fire God Emperor was an expert on the God City's Earth God list, ranked 35th on the Yuan Spirit battlefield. The God City's Earth God list was the same as the Origin City's Earth Fiend list. In other words, in theory, this Ice and Fire God Emperor was stronger than Chu Mu. However, in reality, this might not be the case. Beside the Ice and Fire God Emperor's feet was a huge star beast. Judging from its size, it was a high-level star beast. The moment Chu Mu saw the Ice and Fire God Emperor, the Ice and Fire God Emperor also locked onto Chu Mu. Without hesitation, the Ice and Fire God Emperor drew his sword. As expected of an expert on the Earth God list, Chu Mu only felt a flash of light in his eyes. Without any movement, two sword light, one red and one blue, pierced through the air. One was blazing hot and the other was extremely cold. Chapter 2287. The red blazing hot sword and the blue icy cold sword arrived in an instant. They carried the power of the great Tao of fire and great Tao of ice and were extremely powerful. Chu Mu judged that the Ice and Fire Divine Emperor had cultivated the Divine Fire Sword Technique and Divine Ice Sword Technique to an extremely high level to be able to possess such power. The Ice and Fire Divine Emperor attacked mercilessly, wanting to kill Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu was not afraid at all. A faint smile flashed across his lips. With both swords in his hands, Chu Mu attacked as well. The sword light spiraled like a dancing snake. It stuck close to the red and blue sword light and attacked the Ice and Fire Divine Emperor, causing a tinge of surprise to flash across the Ice and Fire Divine Emperor's eyes. If this attack could kill the other party, it would naturally be better. However, if it could not, it would become a probing move. The real life and death battle would then begin. Both of them were listed on the Earth Carnage list and Earth God list. In terms of ranking, there was not much difference. Moreover, both of them were using dual swords. Such a battle made them feel an indescribable excitement. The red blazing sword light and the blue icy cold sword light were either direct or curved. There were many variations. Sword after sword, it was as though a volcano was erupting or a glacier was collapsing. It was earth-shattering. Chu Mu's dual swords were the Heavenly Wind Sword and the Heavenly Thunder Sword. As for the Heavenly Five-Element Swords, he did not use them. His cultivation was at the beginner level of the third step, Great Emperor Realm. Although he was not as strong as the Ice and Fire Divine Emperor, his strength was not inferior. The God tribe and the human tribe were mortal enemies. Even though they felt like they were evenly matched, Chu Mu and the Ice and Fire Divine Emperor did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy. The Divine Fire Sword Technique was blazing with flames, while the Divine Ice Sword Technique was freezing the world. The power of the Great Tao of Fire and Great Tao of Ice was constantly poured into the two swords. Powerful mental strength was contained in the swords as they charged towards Chu Mu again and again. When the swords collided, Ice Fire Divine Emperor's eyes flashed with astonishment and disbelief. That was because he felt an impact of power from his opponent's swords. It was very familiar. It was an impact of pure spiritual power. It was worth noting that mental power was a gift unique to the Protoss. It was a gift unique to their race. How could a human possess such pure mental power? Chu Mu didn't give him any time to think. His two swords went berserk. His swordsmanship didn't seem to have any order. It was completely at his fingertips. He casually swung his sword, but every sword followed the opponent's flaws. Even if there weren't any flaws, he did his best to create them. Slowly, unknowingly, he dominated the rhythm. An attack without a fixed style was the most difficult to deal with because it would not be restricted by a set pattern, and it would not be restricted by a set pattern. It would be very easy for the enemy to predict the next sword strike. However, to be able to achieve this, one would need to have extremely high attainments in martial arts. Otherwise, it would just be a random attack. The higher his cultivation level, the more exquisite Chu Mu's control of his own realm became. Hence, with two swords in his hands, he could move them freely. Vaguely, he felt that his swordsmanship realm was about to break through a shackle. After a long battle, the human had mastered the mental power that only the Protoss possessed. Furthermore, he could use his mental power to activate the great path power in the universe. He had basically mastered the essence of the Protoss swordsmanship. He had to be eliminated. Otherwise, he would become a huge threat. Ice and Fire Refining Spirit. There was a low bellow. A strange sound that could directly attack the spiritual world was heard. The red and blue colors on the armor were like dragons and snakes that were activated. They swam around rapidly and turned into two balls of flames that entered the glabella of the Ice and Fire Divine Emperor. The Ice and Fire Divine Emperor's body trembled, and his expression changed drastically. However, he didn't make a sound. It was as though he was enduring immense pain. His mental power, on the other hand, rose rapidly, becoming purer and more powerful. Ice and Fire Refining Spirit was a secret technique of the Protoss. It used the power of the Great Path of Ice and the Great Path of Fire to refine one's own spirit through the guidance of the armor. It could temporarily increase the power of the spirit and strengthen the mental power. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the Great Path power that could be guided. Immemorial Sword Seal. Seeing that his opponent had used a secret technique and his strength was rising rapidly, Chu Mu also used a secret technique of swordsmanship without hesitation. Between his glabella, 9 sword light lit up and a terrifying sharpness exploded. In the next moment, the Celestial Ice Sword and Celestial Snow Sword appeared beside Chu Mu at the same time. They released a shocking aura from both sides and locked onto Chu Mu. The Ice and Fire Divine Emperor trembled. To think that this human had such a technique. With a 90% sharpness amplification, the two swords attacked. Immediately after, the Celestial Snow Sword descended with heavy snow. The Celestial Ice Sword froze the river and attacked. It made the Ice and Fire Divine Emperor feel as though he was facing 3 powerful opponents at the same time. The pressure on him increased tremendously. Divine Prairie Fire. 1,000 miles of divine ice. The Ice and Fire Divine Emperor attacked with his sword. Under the killer move, blazing flames covered the sky and earth. There was nowhere to hide. Cold frost swept in all directions and froze heaven and earth. Divine fire and divine ice intertwined, but did not interfere with each other. Instead, they complemented each other and formed a killer move. Chu Mu was in the midst of the intertwining flames and ice. His body flickered continuously as though he was shuttling between reality and illusion. He closed in on the Ice and Fire Divine Emperor. His 2 swords danced, and the sword light was continuous. After that, countless sword shadows gathered into one and became extremely violent. 11th Sword, Wind and Thunder Sword Kill. In the next moment, the sword light of the celestial snow sword was activated. It was extremely bright. Under the chill, it seemed as though there was snow all over the sky. It danced and turned into the sharpest killing intent towards the ice and fire divine emperor. Snow sword kill. The celestial ice sword light shone brightly in heaven, and earth seemed to be frozen. The bright ice blue sword light pierced through the void and descended. Ice sword kill. Out of the 3 killer moves, the wind and thunder sword kill was the main move. Its power was the most tyrannical. It went straight to the middle and was supplemented by the snow sword kill and ice sword kill. It attacked from both sides, and there was no way to avoid it. Divine explosion. A look of desperation flashed across the ice and fire divine emperor's eyes. In such a situation, he was no match for Jian Wushuang. He could only use his final move. Under the divine explosion, his divine soul shrunk to its limit in an instant. After that, it exploded instantly. His entire divine soul was shattered and destroyed. It turned into an extremely tyrannical spiritual energy. The great Tao of fire and great Tao of ice condensed into a great Tao chain that was visible to the naked eye. It connected heaven and earth and was injected into the 2 swords in the ice and fire divine emperor's hands. He charged towards Chu Mu. The power was as if heaven and earth were collapsing and wanted to destroy Chu Mu. Chu Mu's expression changed drastically. He took a deep breath and operated the great true wheel to its limit. A real shadow appeared and rolled around, emitting a power that could crush the heavens. Immediately, the celestial ice sword and celestial snow sword disappeared. 5 colored lights flickered, and the celestial 5 elemental swords condensed into a solid shield. The great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth condensed into a solid form. 5 different colored chains penetrated the shield and merged with the celestial 5 elemental swords. The wind and lightning sword, snow sword, and ice sword slashed through the body of the ice and fire divine emperor, slicing him into pieces and turning him into dust. Then the ice and fire divine emperor's desperate attack bombarded the celestial 5 elemental swords. As the great Tao collided, the celestial 5 elemental swords shook violently and were sent flying. Chu Mu slashed continuously with his 2 swords. In an instant, hundreds of swords were slashed. Each sword carried the power of the great Tao of wind and great Tao of thunder. With all his strength, he shattered the strongest attack of the ice and fire divine emperor before his death. The great Tao dissipated and the aftermath rippled. The ice and fire divine emperor had disappeared without a trace. He was completely dead. Chu Mu exhaled and thought to himself that the ice and fire divine emperor was indeed an expert ranked 35 on the Earth God list. He was so powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength had increased significantly during this period of time, he might not be a match for the ice and fire divine emperor. However, in a battle between experts, even a slight advantage would be magnified and become the key to turning the tide of the battle. After killing the ice and fire divine emperor, Chu Mu kept the other party's 2 swords and also kept the interspatial ring that had fallen to the side. These were all his spoils of war. Young friend, hold on. Just as he was about to leave after keeping his spoils of war, Chu Mu was intercepted. The one who intercepted him was an expert who emitted a powerful aura. That was a sovereign. His entire body had a unique sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through one's mind and shatter one's spirit. Senior, what can I do for you? Chu Mu looked over fearlessly and asked in a neither fast nor slow manner, I am the Sword Lord of the Vanquishing Heart. I am in charge of the Earth Carnage ranking. A few days ago, you killed the Sword Emperor of Radiance and replaced the Sword Emperor of Radiance's ranking. You are ranked 37 on the Earth Carnage ranking. This sovereign smiled and said indifferently, those who are ranked on the Earth Carnage ranking all have their own titles. I wonder what young friend would like to use as your title. When Chu Mu heard that, he immediately came to a realization. No wonder the 100 experts on the Earth Carnage ranking were all not directly called by their names. Instead, they were given titles like Great Emperor or Sword Emperor. After muttering to himself for a moment, Chumu gave a reply. Senior, I'll use the heavens as my title, Sword Emperor of the Heavens. Sword Emperor of the Heavens. This sovereign's brows furrowed first. Immediately after, his eyes lit up. A sharp light shot out as if it was going to penetrate Chumu. But Chumu met his gaze without fear at all. You are a sword cultivator and fully deserve the title of Sword Emperor. But the 2 words heavens, forget it. Since it's your wish, I'll comply with your wish. However, after this title is announced, I'm afraid it will bring about some trouble. No worries, Chumu said. Yes, I've seen the battle between you and the Ice-Fire Divine Emperor. In terms of strength, your ranking on the Earth Carnage ranking should be higher. However, you'll have to fight for it yourself. The heart-piercing Sword Master said. His figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared. Only Chumu and the ground that was completely destroyed due to the intense battle were left behind. Chumu understood what the heart-piercing Sword Master meant. It was nothing more than using the 2 words heavens to name his title. It would bring about jealousy or hostility from others. After all, the 2 words heavens represented a high and mighty position. Sword Emperor of the Heavens, as the name implied, was the Sword Emperor of the Heavens, the number 1 among the Sword Emperors. Chumu's Sword Dao was the Sword Dao of the Heavens. Using the 2 words heavens to name it was extremely appropriate. As for other things, he did not consider so much. However, since he had already decided on his title, he would not change it. Even if it brought about some trouble, he was not afraid. Chumu did not like trouble, but it did not mean that he had to be afraid of it. Some troubles could be avoided, but some troubles, even if they were self-inflicted, had to be endured. Chapter 2288. Previously, when Chumu killed the Sword Emperor of Flowing Light, he replaced the Sword Emperor of Flowing Light's ranking on the Earth Carnage proclamation. But at that time, Chumu did not have a title yet. The matter of a title was of great importance and could not be treated carelessly. Therefore, the Origin City would not casually give a title to an expert who could be listed on the Earth Carnage proclamation. If the person involved was not satisfied, then it would cause some unnecessary jokes. Therefore, they had to ask the person involved's wishes. Sword Master Piercing Heart was in charge of the Earth Carnage proclamation. During the period when Chumu killed the Sword Emperor of Flowing Light, he just happened to have some comprehension in cultivation and went into seclusion. When he came out of seclusion, several months had already passed. Therefore, he immediately found Chumu to inquire about the title. Sword Emperor of all heavens. Sword Master Piercing Heart shook his head as he flew towards the Origin City. Once this title is announced, who knows what kind of waves it will cause. However, this was Chumu's own wish. He had also reminded that the consequences could only be borne by Chumu himself. Thinking about it, he should be able to bear it. Sword Master Piercing Heart muttered to himself, his face still carrying a kind of shock after receiving the news. That's right. Sword Master Piercing Heart knew Chumu's identity. He knew that he was that peerless heaven's pride of the ancient Sword City's prodigy barracks, the #1 genius since ancient times on the divine talent steel test. It was precisely because he knew that he felt shocked. This, only how many years had passed. According to normal circumstances, a peerless heaven's pride would at most break through to the level of first step Great Emperor. Chumu had already reached the initial stage of third step Great Emperor. The gap between first step Great Emperor and third step Great Emperor was incomparably huge and indescribable, even to the extent that he who was at the initial stage of third step Great Emperor possessed strength that surpassed the limit of third step Great Emperor and was listed on the Earth Carnage proclamation. When he confirmed this news, he even had a feeling like he was dreaming. His entire person was dizzy, and he only reacted after a long time. It was also precisely because of this that the heart-piercing sword sovereign would personally set off to find Chu Mu and personally inquire about the matter of Chu Mu's title. Otherwise, if it were other experts on the Earth Carnage Proclamation, they would not have that qualification. Very quickly, the Heartless Sword Sovereign returned to the origin city and updated the Earth Carnage rankings. Actually, he had removed the title of the Radiant Sword Emperor and replaced it with Chu Mu's title. In the blink of an eye, the word Sword Emperor of all heavens appeared at the 37th position on the Earth Carnage rankings. Only now did Chu Mu truly enter the Earth Carnage rankings. Before this, it was only a verbal acknowledgement from everyone. Sword Emperor, all heavens. They actually named it after the word heavens. How bold! Sword Emperor of all heavens. Does this mean that he wants to become the strongest Sword Emperor of all heavens and even trample on all cultivators of all heavens? This is going to be a good show. That's right. This Chu Mu actually dares to proclaim himself as the Sword Emperor of all heavens. There will definitely be a lot of people looking for trouble with him. That might not be the case. The experts on the Earth Carnage rankings represent the pinnacle of the Great Emperor realm. Those great emperors who are unable to enter the Earth Carnage rankings are probably not Chu Mu's match. Those who are ranked below him are most likely not his match as well. As for those who are ranked above him, they might not necessarily challenge him. After listening to this person's analysis, everyone felt that it seemed to make some sense. In my opinion, this Chu Mu's strength is definitely not at the 37th position. It will definitely be higher. He might even be able to enter the 30th position. There was a lot of discussion. In an instant, the words Sword Emperor of all heavens were known to everyone. Even the Life and Death Heavenly Emperor, who was ranked first on the Earth Carnage rankings, knew about the words Sword Emperor of all heavens. Using the word heavens as his title, he is really arrogant. After the Life and Death Heavenly Emperor heard about it, he only said one sentence. However, it was unknown how this sentence was spread out. Have you heard? The Life and Death Heavenly Emperor said that the Sword Emperor of all heavens is arrogant and conceited. That's right. The Life and Death Heavenly Emperor even said that if he were to strike, he would be able to kill the Sword Emperor of all heavens with a single finger. The word heavens is just a joke. The facts proved that no matter where one was, no matter what kind of person one was, no matter how high one's strength was, there was an unavoidable evil custom. That was to watch a show and even wished for the world to be in chaos. This was especially so for those who were weaker. They wished to see the conflict between the experts on the Earth Carnage rankings. The Life and Death Heavenly Emperor was the #1 expert on the Earth Carnage rankings. His position was unshakable, and he was incomparably powerful. As for the Sword Emperor of all heavens, he was incomparably arrogant and was a hot topic in everyone's eyes. As for the sentence that the Life and Death Heavenly Emperor said, it became more and more intense as time passed. People were eager to see the battle between the Sword Emperor of all heavens and the Life and Death Heavenly Emperor. Chu Mu did not know about all these because he was currently in the center of the Yuan spirit battlefield, constantly searching for powerful star beasts to kill and god race experts to kill. Besides the Ice and Fire Divine Emperor, another god race expert on the Earth Carnage rankings had died under Chu Mu's sword. After every life and death battle, after killing a strong enemy, Chu Mu would receive obvious training and would also obtain spoils of war. The spoils of war of those powerful god race great emperors were usually very good, and there would definitely be a lot of origin stones. Chu Mu obtained some light origin stones and some darkness origin stones. He let little Tian absorb them and raised the all heavens light sword slightly, nearing the high emperor level. He also condensed the all heavens dark sword, but it was only at the low emperor level. However, condensing one more all heavens sword meant that Chu Mu's all heavens sword Dao would be more complete, and the all heavens sword Dao's origin would also be upgraded. On the Yuan spirit battlefield, sovereign realm experts were not allowed to interfere in the life and death battles between great emperors. This was an invisible rule set by both parties. Because the Yuan spirit battlefield and the Yuan demon battlefield existed, besides being a front line and a stronghold, there was another purpose. That was to train the experts of various races and to probe the strength of the enemy. As long as a true race war did not break out, this invisible rule had to be followed. Great emperors had their own great emperors, and sovereign realm had their own sovereign realm opponents. Time flew by, and a few months had passed. The title of All Heaven's Sword Emperor was known by all God race experts. The great emperors of God race on the Earth God list all set the goal of finding the All Heaven's Sword Emperor and killing him to destroy the morale of Origin City. They also knew that the Ice Fire Divine Emperor, who was rank 35 on the Earth God list, had died under the sword of the All Heaven's Sword Emperor. This news was not spread by Chu Mu, but by the heart-piercing Swordmaster. He wanted everyone in Origin City to know the strength of the All Heaven's Sword Emperor and not blindly challenge him. It was also to spread the name of the All Heaven's Sword Emperor and destroy the morale of God race. After the God race experts on the Earth God list knew about it, they were even more furious and swore not to give up until they killed Chu Mu. It should be known that whether it was the Earth Carnage list or the Earth God list experts, they all had extraordinary means. After many years, it was often difficult for one of them to die, let alone those who were ranked higher. The death of the Ice Fire Divine Emperor was undoubtedly a great blow to the morale of God race. Chu Mu realized that the number of great emperors of God race he encountered had suddenly increased. Moreover, they were all third-step great emperors. They were not moving alone, but in groups of 3 to 5. It was different from usual and somewhat abnormal. There were 8 great emperors of God race around Chu Mu, and all of them were third-step great emperors. They surrounded Chu Mu in the middle. 8 third-step great emperors of God race experts joined forces and locked onto Chu Mu with their aura. Suddenly, Chu Mu felt a heavy pressure. If it was one-on-one, Chu Mu would not be afraid of any one of the 8 great emperors of God race. Even if it was 1-on-2 or 3, Chu Mu would not be afraid. However, 1 against 8, that kind of pressure could only be felt by experiencing it personally. The experts on the Earth Carnage list or Earth God list were indeed very powerful and were far stronger than ordinary third-step great emperors. However, that was in the case of one-on-one. It might not be the same if it was 1 against many. Moreover, Chu Mu was from the human race, and the God race was superior to the human race in terms of life force. 8 third-step great emperors of God race were much stronger than 8 third-step great emperors of human race. Even though there was pressure on him, Chu Mu was not afraid at all. So what if his opponents were strong and there were many of them? He would just use the All Heavens sword to kill them. The All Heavens Snow Sword and All Heavens Ice Sword formed in Chu Mu's hands. They were Upper Emperor level swords. Shortly after, 5 colored radiants flashed around him. They were the All Heavens 5 elemental swords. All Heavens Sword Emperors of the human race, kill him! The leader of the God race shouted angrily. His aura was much stronger than ordinary third-step great emperors. There was a star shining in between his eyebrows. He was an expert from the divine star royal family of the God race. However, he was still incomparable to the experts on the Earth Carnage list. The 8 experts of the God race immediately attacked. The divine fire sword technique manifested the great Tao of fire and turned into a chain of fire that pierced through the heavens. It was connected to the long sword and turned into a huge flame. It was as though a cloud of fire was descending from the heavens. The terrifying heat burned the heavens and the earth and wanted to burn Chu Mu into ashes. The divine thunder sword technique activated the great Tao of thunder. The thick purple lightning chain pierced through the heavens and earth. Bolts of lightning that were as thick as a thigh struck down from the heavens. It was as though the earth was shattered and pits were created. Divine water sword technique. Divine wood sword technique. Divine ice sword technique. Divine wind sword technique. Divine Earth, sword technique. Divine Star, sword technique. Under the sword techniques, one after another, the great emperors of the god race pushed their strength to the extreme. Their mental strength filled the void and stirred up the wind and clouds. It was extremely oppressive. Their great Tao manifested and turned into thick chains that were swinging like giant pythons. It was as though a flood dragon had come out of the abyss and was soaring across the four seas. The powerful aura fluctuated and shook the surroundings. Under the bombardment, it wanted to tear Chumu apart completely. Chumu took a deep breath. His figure flickered. His footsteps seemed to be messy, but they were actually mysterious. Every step he took was a void. He traversed the space, shuttling between the chains of the great Tao, shuttling between the cracks of the powerful killing moves, and rapidly approaching the God Clan experts. The great true wheel appeared behind his back. It was as though it was a material existence. As it spun, it emitted a terrifying aura that could crush the heavens. The boundless and unparalleled power made the 8 great emperors of the god race change their expressions. They felt pressured from the depths of their hearts. Chapter 2289. The sky was filled with snow and frost. The power of the all-heavens snow sword and all-heavens ice sword was unleashed by Chu Mu to the extreme. In an instant, the void under the sword seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. The great sovereign of the god clan who was locked on trembled as a chill emerged from the depths of his body. His blood flow was obstructed as if it was about to be frozen. His reaction was slowed down by a bit. Tense sword, snow sword kill. A low roar that seemed to have come from the void, carrying the will of the flying snow. It entered the ears of the god race great emperor, causing his expression to change drastically. He felt as though his mental energy was being covered by countless snowflakes. Countless snowflakes appeared out of nowhere and flew in all directions. The edges of each snowflake exuded an astonishing sharpness like the tip of a sword. The flying snowflakes accelerated and condensed into a snow-white sword light that shuttled through the snowflakes. It seemed slow, but was actually fast as it silently cut towards the great sovereign of the god clan. In the blink of an eye, the snow-white sword light cut through the neck of the great sovereign of the god clan. The terrifying power contained in it directly shattered the great sovereign of the god clan's divine soul. Tense sword, ice sword kill. The sword in his left hand turned into a speck of frost. It was extremely condensed, like a wisp of a cold star. It emitted an incomparable chill. The void under the sword was quickly frozen under the icy blue cold star. It was as if it was being shattered and cracks spread out. The second great sovereign of the god clan felt as if his spiritual power had fallen into a world of ice and snow. His thoughts became a little stiff, and he couldn't evade that speck of frost. It went straight between his eyebrows and penetrated his divine soul. The absolute difference in strength made the 2 great sovereigns unable to resist Chu Mu's sword at all. They were killed instantly. The moment Chu Mu killed the 2 great sovereigns, the other 6 great sovereigns attacked again. 11th sword, 5 elemental sword kill. The 5-colored sword light was connected to 5 chains of different colors. That was the physical manifestation of the great Tao that connected the heavens and the earth. A terrifying aura filled the air like 5 dragons swaying in the air. It was earth-shattering. Under the powerful collision, a speck of starlight was faintly discernible as it shuttled rapidly through the explosive energy. The speck of starlight pierced through the great sovereign's eyebrows and shattered their divine souls. The divine star royal great emperor waved his sword and placed it in front of his forehead. With a crisp sound, he blocked the starlight attack. The starlight shot out and turned into a sharp sword. It was the celestial starry sword. Chu Mu was also a little surprised that his sword was blocked. Under the intense collision of killing moves, the shock waves rolled out endlessly and shook the surroundings. Even mental power was temporarily blinded. Meanwhile, his all-heaven star's sword was hidden within, making it impossible to defend against. It killed 5 God Race Emperors, but was blocked when it was about to kill the Divine Star royal family member. This showed how powerful that Divine Star royal family member was. However, as one of the 3 royal clans of the Shin clan, it was true that they were often stronger than ordinary members of the Shin clan. Furthermore, the power of the Sword of Stars was the power of the Great Path of Stars, and the Divine Star Royal Clan happened to have mastered the power of the Great Path of Stars. They could clearly feel the fluctuations of the power of the Great Path of Stars, which was why they were able to resist the attack of the sword. Even so, the Divine Star Royal Family Great Sovereign's face was gloomy. He had never thought that he would lead 8 Limit Great Emperors to surround and kill the Celestial Sword Emperor. He had thought that with their cooperation, even if they couldn't kill him, they would at least cause him significant injuries. However, the reality was the complete opposite. Out of 8 people, 7 were killed instantly. It was as if it was as easy as blowing off dust. Without hesitation, with extreme hatred for Chu Mu, the Divine Star Royal Family Great Sovereign shattered the Divine Star in between his eyebrows. Instantly, his spiritual power surged and a cold wave swept past, causing Chu Mu to tremble slightly. The talent secret techniques of the 3 royal families of the divine race were more powerful the higher one's cultivation level was. Once used, it was even more powerful than the immemorial sword seal that he cultivated. It could at least double one's strength or even more. However, the Divine Star Royal Family Great Sovereign was obviously weaker than Chu Mu. Even if he used the Fragmentary Star secret technique to increase his strength, he was still no match for Chu Mu. With 2 swords in his hands, the celestial sword of 5 elements floated beside him like stars surrounding the moon. The celestial sword of stars turned into a sword light that circled around the celestial sword of 5 elements. Chu Mu's cultivation of the Imperial God sword technique deepened. Therefore, he could control 1 more celestial sword. Every time he controlled 1 more celestial sword, Chu Mu's strength would increase by a little. Now, he himself was not sure what rank he could be ranked on the Earth Emanations Proclamation. It would definitely not be as low as 37. However, Chu Mu did not care about the ranking on the Earth Emanations Proclamation, because being ranked on the Earth Emanations Proclamation was only a symbol, a recognition. It was relatively more convenient to do things in the Yuan City. Under the Fragmentary Star secret technique, the tyrannical spiritual power spread all around. It was invisible and formless, but it carried an astonishing pressure, as if it was solidifying the void. The thick chains of the great Tao of stars were like coiled dragons, emitting astonishing power fluctuations. This Divine Star Royal Family Great Sovereign had used the Divine Star sword technique to the extreme. He completely gave up on defense and purely used killing moves. He fought with his life just to kill Chu Mu. Such an opponent was the most dangerous, unless he also fought with his life on the line. However, Chu Mu was not afraid at all, because the opponent's strength was still not comparable to his. To Chu Mu, it was not difficult for the weak to win against the strong. Moreover, it was under the circumstance that he was stronger than the other party. The power of the great Tao manifested and covered the void. It looked as if countless chains had locked the heavens and earth. A third step Great Sovereign had the ability to manifest the great Tao. When the great Tao was manifested, the power would be even more tyrannical. Under the Divine Star sword technique, every sword carried the power of the great Tao of stars and the great Tao of stars' own strength. The display of the Fragmentary Star secret technique gave this Divine Star Royal Family Great Sovereign the right to challenge those on the Earth God list. However, every sword attack was neutralized by Chu Mu. The 2 swords connected. Ice and snow filled the air and pierced through the Divine Star Royal Family Great Sovereign's forehead, shattering his spiritual soul. Don't be too proud. Soon, all of you will die. The Divine Star Royal Family Great Sovereign uttered his last words as his spiritual soul shattered. The divine star, royal family, great sovereigns words made Chu-Mu frown slightly. However, he could not think of anything and quickly collected the interspatial rings and swords of the 8 great sovereigns. These were the spoils of war. In the interspatial ring of the divine star, royal family, great sovereign, Chu-Mu found a piece of star origin crystal. Great! Chu-Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. The celestial star sword has absorbed a large amount of star beast crystals and has now reached the limit of the middle great sovereign level. However, if you want to upgrade it, star beast crystals alone are not enough. This piece of star origin crystal is enough to upgrade the celestial star sword to the upper great sovereign level. Upgrading the celestial star sword to the limit of the middle great sovereign level was already the limit of star beast crystals. This was also why Chu-Mu had tens of thousands of star beast crystals, but the celestial star sword was still unable to upgrade to the upper great sovereign level. Star beast crystals were accumulated in quantity. However, upgrading to the upper great sovereign level required a qualitative upgrade. Chu-Mu immediately let Lil Tian absorb the power of the star origin crystal. Under the absorption, the celestial star sword started to change. Not long after, the entire star source crystal was completely absorbed and the celestial starry sword was reformed. The starlight on it was very pure and it exuded a shocking power. It had reached the upper great emperor grade. Moreover, because of the star source crystal, the celestial starry sword had not only been upgraded, but it had also undergone a change. The power contained in it had changed from the great Tao of stars to the aura of star source. It was stronger than ordinary upper great emperor grade swords. Actually, when Chu-Mu activated the power of the sword earlier, he had activated the power of the great Daos between heaven and earth. Under the support of the great Daos, the power of the sword's origin aura was even stronger than the combination of 2 great Daos. This way, he could kill the enemy faster. It was a good thing that the celestial star sword had upgraded to the upper great sovereign level. However, it was a pity that there were no origin crystals in the interspatial rings of the other great sovereigns. There were some origin stones, however. In the chaotic void that was extremely far away from the primordial spirit battlefield, in the direction of the absolute beginning divine world, there was an endless chaotic void that was extremely deep and contained endless mysteries. At a glance, one could only see the twinkling starlight, which was the natural light emitted by the distant domains and worlds. Not long after, rays of light flashed and appeared in this chaotic void at the same time. There were as many as 10 of them. After they appeared, they paused for a moment before exploding with shocking speed. They silently streaked across the chaotic void and flew quickly in the direction of the primordial spirit battlefield. When their speed reached the maximum, the 10 huge figures flashed again and disappeared. In the next breath, they appeared extremely far away. These 10 figures were actually 10 flying boats, 10 flash space divine boats. These 10 flash space divine boats were different from the one that Chu-Mu had ridden before. They had a deep and mysterious feeling. The intertwining of gold and silver contained majesty, nobility, and a sense of holiness. These were the flash space divine boats that belonged to the divine clan. The internal space of each flash space divine boat was enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. From the absolute beginning divine world to the primordial spirit battlefield, there was usually only one flash space divine boat that went back and forth. Now, 10 flash space divine boats had appeared at the same time. Looking inside, one would see that each flash space divine boat carried hundreds of thousands of deity clan experts. Even the weakest of them had the strength of a first step great emperor. They were all wearing exquisite black divine armor. They looked very uniform, as if they belonged to an army. This was an army of the divine clan that was silently approaching the primordial spirit battlefield. Just as these 10 flash space divine boats were approaching the primordial spirit battlefield, outside the absolute beginning divine world, One flash space divine boat after another appeared. Soon, there were more than 100 flash space divine boats, and the number was still increasing. Chapter 2290. The Origin City was located in the depths of the void. It was chaotic, but it was different from the chaos of the chaotic universe. In the void, light was born and extinguished, wind, frost, snow, and rain. It was as if the 4 seasons were changing, light and darkness intertwined, and life and death cycled. A gigantic figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the void. Countless stars were revolving around this gigantic figure. It could be said that the entire void existed because of this gigantic figure. Leaving him would only lead to destruction. This huge figure was surrounded by countless mysteries. Chains were faintly discernible. Those were the traces of the great Tao. They intertwined and shuttled back and forth like dragons. The huge figure was Demigod Sovereign. Legend had it that the Demigod Sovereign who guarded the Origin City knew everything that happened in the primordial spirit battlefield. However, he would not interfere because his duty was to protect the Origin City. As long as the Demigod Sovereign of the Divine City did not interfere, he would not interfere. Not interfering did not mean that he did not care. In fact, he had a great responsibility. The Shun clan, the human clan, and the various clans of the Origin realm had been enemies for generations. The Shun clan was ambitious and had always wanted to invade the Origin realm and enslave the various clans. The current peace did not mean that the Shun clan had given up on this plan. Demigod Sovereign was constantly paying attention to the Shun clan's movements. He did not need to see it with his own eyes. He could directly deduce the mysteries of the heavens through the mysteries of the chaotic universe. This time, Demigod Sovereign was once again trying to deduce the mysteries of the heavens. The traces of the great Tao became clearer. Countless fluctuations of the origin source emerged. There seemed to be tides around Demigod Sovereign. Those were the tides of the great Tao, the tides of the origin source. They were endless. If there were cultivators, such as great emperors or even sovereigns, who were watching from the side, they would definitely gain a great understanding and gain great benefits. Demigod Sovereign's right thumb moved back and forth between his index and middle fingers. Every move was accompanied by waves of the origin source and the great Tao. His fingers moved faster and faster. His face, which seemed to be hidden in the clouds, flashed occasionally, and a solemn expression could be seen. All of a sudden, the sound of something cracking could be heard, like the sound of a bowstring being pulled to its limit and then snapped. At the same time, a muffled sound could be heard coming from inside of Demigod Paragon, like the sound of a cosmic drum being struck. The fate of the heavens has been concealed. A voice filled with charm rang out and reverberated through the void. Who is it? It obscures the secrets of heaven. The second sentence rang out. Word by word, it was as if they had come to life, wandering in the void like dragons. The mysteries of the heavens had always been very clear to demigods, but now the mysteries of the heavens had become blurry. If one stood at the height of a demigod, they would be able to confirm that the mysteries of the heavens had been concealed. Someone had intentionally concealed the mysteries of the heavens. To be able to make a demigod sovereign unable to deduce and conceal the heavenly secrets, one had to be at least a demigod sovereign. The heavenly secrets that he had deduced were related to the primordial spirit battlefield. If the heavenly secrets were obscured, it meant that something big was about to happen on the primordial spirit battlefield. It would not be long. After some thought, he came to a chilling conclusion based on the experience of the demigod sovereign. A storm was coming. For some unknown reason, the cultivators in the Origin City suddenly felt a sense of oppression. This feeling had come inexplicably without any source. It had appeared so suddenly. After cultivating to the great Emperor realm, there had already been a qualitative change in the level of life. They would more or less be able to sense the impending danger that was related to themselves. Especially when the danger was greater and closer, the sense would be more obvious. The cultivators on the Origin City no matter what race they were, no matter what their cultivation was, no matter what their strength was, all felt oppressed one after another. At first, they were not clear about this kind of oppressive feeling. They just felt that something bad was about to happen, but they could not find the source. As for those who mainly cultivated more profound and mysterious great Taos, their senses were even clearer. For example, the number one on the Earth Carnage ranking, the Life and Death Great Emperor, who mainly cultivated the great Tao of life and the great Tao of death, had a unique view of life and death. As long as it was related to life and death, his senses would be clearer than most people. The Life and Death Great Emperor, who was walking in the depths of the primordial spirit battlefield, raised his head and looked into the distance. It was the direction of the divine city. He judged that this oppressive feeling was related to the divine city, or it could be said that it was related to the God race. The Life and Death Great Emperor's expression was a little solemn, but there was a little excitement in the middle of his brows. It was a kind of excitement of looking forward to something. His eyes shot out radiance, and his pupils were black and white. It was like a wheel of life and death as he looked in the direction of the divine city. Come, come, all of you come. The Life and Death Great Emperor muttered to himself. There was an indescribable fanaticism in his expression. Let me comprehend the great Tao between life and death. The Blood Sword Emperor Dong Shui brought along a blood-red sword light that was like a tide. In an instant, it swept past the bodies of a few star beasts, killing them directly. Then he looked in the direction of the divine city. He mainly cultivated the sword Tao and secondarily cultivated the great Tao of blood. Hence, he was more sensitive to danger than ordinary great emperors. Is something big going to happen? Dong Shui seemed to be asking himself. He looked at the sword in his hand. There was a dazzling radiance that was like flowing blood on the sword. It seemed to be saying something. Qi Shui, you can't hold back anymore? Chu Mu raised his head and looked at the sky. There was chaos, and he couldn't see the end of it. This oppressive feeling that makes it hard to breathe. Is there going to be a major change in the primordial spirit battlefield? Chu Mu thought to himself. Soon after, he looked in the direction of the divine city. Could it be related to the Shen tribe? The primordial spirit battlefield had existed for a long time. It had existed since the battle 1,000,000 years ago. The longer one stayed in the primordial spirit battlefield, the deeper one's understanding of the primordial spirit battlefield. The feeling that appeared now was obviously a major change. Then, what kind of major change would it be? Was the primordial spirit battlefield going to collapse? Indeed, if the primordial spirit battlefield collapsed all of a sudden, it would be enough to kill all the cultivators on the primordial spirit battlefield, except for the demigod sovereigns. However, would the primordial spirit battlefield collapse? Theoretically, it wouldn't. However, if the primordial spirit battlefield suffered an overly powerful attack, it would definitely collapse. Then, what kind of attack would cause the primordial spirit battlefield to collapse? Without a doubt, only the demigod sovereigns could cause the primordial spirit battlefield to collapse. The first possibility was a battle between the demigod sovereigns. The second possibility, Chu Mu thought of the Shin tribe. That was the Shin tribe army was approaching again. They wanted to enter the primordial spirit battlefield with the speed of lightning. They wanted to occupy the primordial spirit battlefield and use it as a springboard to invade the source realm. Both possibilities could not be ruled out. However, Chu Mu did not know which one it was. If it was the first possibility, then he should run as far as he could. Otherwise, if he was one step too slow, he would only die. If it was the second possibility, Chu Mu's eyes shone with a light called anticipation. On one hand, he did not want the invasion of the Shen tribe army because it would cause great damage to the source realm. If things went wrong, the source realm might even be occupied by the Shin tribe, causing great suffering and enslavement of all races. However, on the other hand, he also hoped that the Shin tribe army would arrive and a war would break out. The kind of war between races, the kind of war that belonged to the origin world, was vast and magnificent. It would be an indescribable tempering for oneself. Many people, from birth to death, would not be able to experience such a tempering in their entire life. Of course, many people would rather not experience such a tempering in their entire life because the mortality rate was too high. Even great sovereigns had the possibility of dying when participating in a war between races in the origin world, let alone great emperors. Chu Mu carefully sensed and calculated. In the end, he came to the conclusion that it was almost impossible for the demigod sovereigns to cause the primordial spirit battlefield to collapse. Such a major change was likely to come from the Shen tribe. In other words, the Shen tribe army was about to invade again. However, Chu Mu was not so sure. After all, speculation was speculation. He hurriedly left the center of the primordial spirit battlefield and flew back to the origin city. As soon as he returned to the 7th stronghold, Chu Mu received a message from the origin city. It was the highest alert to prepare for war. The content of the message was very short and simple. It was nothing more than to let every cultivator who belonged to the origin city on the primordial spirit battlefield pay attention and be prepared. Soon, a war with the Shen tribe might break out. After everyone received the message, there was an uproar. Is there going to be a war with the Shen tribe? It can't be. Why would there be a war all of a sudden? Nothing is impossible. Those bastards of the Shen tribe are full of ambition. They want to invade our origin world and enslave or kill us. I have cultivated for so many years, but I haven't killed many people of the Shen tribe. This time, since the Shen tribe dares to invade, I will kill them all. That's right. The damned Shen tribe should be exterminated. Kill them all. The experts of various races were filled with righteous indignation, but there were also some who were afraid. The Shen tribe is so strong. If the army is mobilized, we're no match for them at all. No, I have to leave. I have to leave the primordial spirit battlefield as soon as possible. The Shen tribe and the demon tribe are superior to us in terms of life essence. Moreover, they have invaded the origin world many times. Although we have been repelled, our origin world has suffered heavy losses every time. Destroying the Shen tribe is simply a joke. Now that the Shen tribe army has not arrived, I have to leave as soon as possible and get far away from here. As soon as the news of the highest alert to prepare for war came out, it caused a huge sensation. The effect of the sensation was different. Some people wanted to fight the Shen tribe and kill a few more Shen tribe experts. Even if they died, they would have no regrets. However, some people were the opposite. They felt fear and seized the time to leave the primordial spirit battlefield and stay away from the Shen tribe. After all, the outbreak of a war between races was completely different from the mutual killing on the primordial spirit battlefield. Chapter 2291. A large number of cultivators had gathered in the origin city. Almost all of them had come from the 12 strongholds. Those cultivators who had entered the origin city had also returned to the divine city and the origin city. For a time, only the star beasts could be seen in the center of the origin city. A storm was coming. The oppressive atmosphere had an element that made people restless. Their hearts were beating faster than usual, and their blood was flowing faster. Everyone looked like they could not wait to start a life and death battle with the God clan that was about to arrive. Those who were afraid had already left. The crowd was moving in one direction, which was the center of the origin city. Chu Mu was also in the crowd. It was confirmed that the God clan army was approaching the origin city battlefield. Soon, they would enter the origin city battlefield. At that time, a great war might break out. Those who had personally experienced the Great War 1,000,000 years ago and survived knew very well how terrifying the God clan army and the demon clan army were. Wherever they went, they destroyed everything. They were unstoppable. In short, whether it was the God clan army or the demon clan army, they were well trained. Think about it. They had great power and were trained to cooperate with each other in the way of an army. Combined with various battle formations, the power that could be exerted in the end was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was even more terrifying. In order to resist the God Clan army and the Demon Clan army and be able to fight them head-on, in the later stages of the war 1,000,000 years ago, the supreme experts of the 4 major clans and the various small clans of the origin realm had studied time acceleration. Finally, under the time acceleration, they trained one army after another and threw them into the battlefield to fight against the God Clan army and the Demon Clan army. At that time, the trained army was not a match for the God Clan army and the Demon Clan army. They were directly defeated in the first encounter. However, after learning from experience, they resisted for a while in the second encounter. Then, they continued to improve and improve. In the end, they were able to fight the God Clan army and the Demon Clan army head-on. At that time, in order to achieve that step, a large number of cultivators of each clan had died. The losses were extremely heavy. In the end, the army of the celestial race and the army of the demon race were repelled, and the war came to an end. Even though they had suffered heavy losses, the titled battle masters of the celestial race and the army of the demon race, as well as their training methods, were preserved. This was because the ultimate experts believed that one day the celestial race and the demon race would definitely make a comeback. Outside the origin realm, flash space divine boats appeared one after another. Figures appeared from the doors of time and space and entered the flash space divine boats. They were the experts of the various races in the origin realm. They had received the news and were preparing to head to the primordial spirit battlefield to fight against the celestial army. In the center of the origin city, there were many huge tables arranged in a row. Behind each table, there were 2 to 3 people on each side. All of them were Dominator Realm experts that were rarely seen. It was very surprising. The tables were clearly divided according to the 4 major clans. On each table, there was a sign erected. On the sign, there were different words written on it. On the human race's side, there were 2 big blood-red words written on the sign on the first table. It was as if blood was boiling and about to drip down. The strokes were like sword edges, exuding an astonishing sharpness that could penetrate everything in the world. At a glance, one would feel as if one was sinking into a monstrous sea of blood. A murderous intent grew in one's heart. It was as if one had fallen into a hell of sharp swords and was pierced by tens of thousands of swords. Only with enough willpower and great perseverance could one escape from that kind of influence. These 2 words were Qi Feng. Qi Feng. It was one of the legions created by the human race in the Great War 1,000,000 years ago. In front of the Qi Feng sign, there was a long line. All of them were from the human race. Each of them exuded an astonishing sharpness. They were all sword cultivators. These people were all people who joined the Qi Feng army to save their lives. Chu Mu was also among them. The title of the 2nd legion of the human race was Qi Feng. It was similarly blood-red and contained a sharpness that was different from that of a sword. The title of the 3rd legion was Qi Yi. The 4th legion was called Qing Huang. These were the human race's 4 great legions. After them were the Vajra race's 3 great legions. Their titles were Vajra race's Golden King, Mountain Lifting, and Earth Shaking. The Beastmen race's legions were more numerous because there were different branches within the Beastmen race. For example, the Beastmen race, the Elephant race, the Lion race, the Tiger race, the Wolf race, and so on. Therefore, the Beastmen race's legions had simpler names. They were the Giant Bear Army, or Elephant Army, Wild Lion Army, Fierce Tiger Army, Violent Wolf Army, and so on. The Bing race's legions were the smallest. There were only 2 legions, the Divine Soldier Legion and the Ghost Soldier Legion. In front of each legion sign, there was a long line of people. There were more than 10,000 people, and the number of people increased gradually. In front of the Qi Feng army sign, the Beastmen went up to register and were allowed to leave. The Sovereign Realm experts' registration speed was fast. In less than an hour, it was Chu Mu's turn. Report your name, cultivation, and strength. A Sovereign Realm expert said to Chu Mu. Chu Mu, low-level 3rd step Emperor Realm. Peak 3rd step Emperor Realm. Chu Mu quickly replied, His words immediately alarmed many people. Chu, isn't that the person who killed the flowing light sword emperor? That's right, it's him. The person who killed the 35th ranked ice fire god emperor on the earth god list. The All Heavens Sword Emperor. I've only heard of the All Heavens Sword Emperor's title, but I've never seen him in person. Today, I finally see him in person. So, you're the All Heavens Sword Emperor. The two sovereign realm experts were astonished. They took a deep look at Chu and recorded his information. Then they took out a wooden token and passed it to Chu. Keep this token well. It's best if you don't leave the origin city in the near future. Wait for further notice. Okay. Chu kept the token and walked away quickly. The people behind him quickly followed. So, you're the All Heaven Sword Emperor. You're really arrogant to use the word All Heaven as your name. Just as Chu was about to leave, a cold voice sounded behind him. He turned around and saw a young man with long hair draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were long and thin. They looked like the edge of a sword, and the corners of his eyes were like the tip of a sword. A casual glance was enough to make people feel as if a sword was about to touch them. You are? Chu asked. The moment he saw this person, he knew that this person was a sword cultivator. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator with extraordinary strength. Lung Chongfeng, 31st ranked on the Earth Fiend list. This person's voice was still cold and sharp, as if he was about to attack Chu. So it's Sword Emperor Lung Feng. What advice do you have for me? Chu eyes flashed with a sharp light. You have two choices. First, change your title on your own initiative. Second, change your title under my sword. Lung Chongfeng said coldly. I won't choose either of them. Chu was neither fast nor slow. He was not intimidated by the other party's sharpness. If you're not convinced, let's have a match. The great army of the god race is about to arrive. When the time comes, we'll compete on the number of god race members that we kill. Okay. Lung Chongfeng took a deep look at Chu and turned to leave. Chu retracted his gaze and also turned to leave. The conversation between the two of them was not concealed in the slightest and was heard by others. This news would probably spread throughout the origin city soon. Sword Emperor Chu, 37th ranked on the Earth Fiend list. However, he had killed Ice Fire Divine Emperor, 35th ranked on the Earth God list. Hence, his true strength was definitely not limited to the 37th ranked on the Earth Fiend list. There were even many people guessing whether he had the strength to enter the top 30. Sword Emperor Lung Chongfeng, 31st ranked on the Earth Fiend list. His Lung Feng golden sword was incomparably sharp. It was said that he came from a humble background and had experienced various hardships since he was young. After that, he had a fortuitous encounter and embarked on the path of cultivation, becoming a sword cultivator. He was incomparably hardworking. In the 10 years in the primordial spirit battlefield, the sword in his hand had killed more than 10,000 god race members. He had also killed the experts of the god race on the Earth God list. Why don't the two of them fight directly? Someone said regretfully, What do you know? No matter if it is the Sword Emperor of the Heavens or Sword Emperor Lung Feng, the two of them are very strong. They might even be on par with each other. If they want to fight to determine who is stronger, there will definitely be injuries or even deaths. Now that it has been confirmed that the God Race army is about to enter the primordial spirit battlefield, a great battle will erupt. Experts like the Sword Emperor of the Heavens and Sword Emperor Lung Feng should be going to resist the God Race army and kill as many God Race members as possible, someone said. In fact, this was Chu idea. The first time he saw Lung Chongfeng, he felt that Lung Chongfeng was a relatively pure sword cultivator. He was the type of sword cultivator who was tenacious and devoted to the sword. His sharpness was revealed, and he fought against the heavens, the earth, and people. If he wanted to be the #1 sword cultivator, It was because of this that he found him because of Chu Mu's title. Chu Mu often admired sword cultivators who had this kind of belief. Therefore, he did not fight with Leng Changfeng directly, but used another method to kill the experts of the God Race army to determine who was stronger. Even if Leng Changfeng was an extremely vicious person who killed people like scything flax, he could also play his role incisively and vividly. He could kill more God Race experts and weaken the strength of the God Race army little by little. The death of one more God Race expert may reduce the casualties of the human race. Even if one more person survived, it would be good. War was so cruel. Although he had never experienced it, Chu Mu could also understand. Chu Mu rented a courtyard in a restaurant in Yuan City. After returning to the courtyard, he drew his sword and practiced the basic swordsmanship. At the same time, he integrated his essence, qi, and spirit into the basic swordsmanship, carefully comprehending the mysteries contained in the basic swordsmanship. As the foundation of all swordsmanship, the foundation of the foundation, it had been passed down for countless years and had never been abandoned. The basic swordsmanship must have its mysteries. In fact, with the improvement of Chu Mu's cultivation base and the improvement of his swordsmanship, Chu Mu increasingly felt the extraordinariness of the basic swordsmanship. That extraordinariness was incomparably profound, like the universe. Chapter 2292. Red, it's the color of blood. Sharp, it's the sharpness of a sword. Blood-colored sharpness. The sharp sword is stained with blood. Wherever the red edge points, it's invincible. This is the military order of the Red Edge Army of the human race. In an independent space, hundreds of thousands of people were lined up in rows. In front of them was a sovereign realm expert. His entire body emitted a shocking sharpness. He was a sword sovereign realm expert. The sword dominator wore a suit of armor that fit him perfectly. The armor was crimson in color and layered in layers. It was obvious at a glance that it possessed astonishing defensive power. Its appearance was exquisite, and the lines on the armor were fierce and vigorous. In terms of appearance, it wasn't inferior to the divine armors of the divines. The edges of the armor glowed with an astonishingly sharp light, giving off the impression that it was a crimson longsword. Red edge, red light, red wings, and green brilliance are the four main armies of the human race. The Red Edge Army is the main army of the main army. We are the backbone and the vanguard. We are the first army to come into contact with the God Race Army. The so-called Red Edge Army was a blood-colored sword. When a sword was unsheathed, it would be stained with blood. In a head-on battle to the death, the Red Light Army's main role was to be an assassin. They would instantly release a powerful attack. After that attack, regardless of whether they could kill the enemy, they would retreat and recuperate. The Green Brilliance Army was similar to the Red Edge Army. They would also fight head-on with the enemy. The difference was that the Red Edge Army was a sword cultivator army, while the Green Brilliance Army was a non-sword cultivator army. The Red Light Army would often cooperate with the Red Edge Army and the Green Brilliance Army. In other words, they would make use of the opportunity when the Red Edge Army fought head-on to kill the enemy. Then, they would make use of the Red Edge Army's ability to fight head-on to retreat calmly. The Red Wing Army, as the name suggested, was the left wing and right wing. They were used to outflank the enemy from the left and right. They emphasized speed and speed. Once they did, they would definitely cause damage to the enemy. Even if they could not, they would disrupt the enemy's formation so that the Red Edge Army could deal with them better. Therefore, among the three armies, the Red Edge Army was the most dangerous. The battle was also the most tragic, and the casualties were usually the highest. The Red Vanguard Army only needs true elites. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties and dragging down the entire army, causing the battle to fail, everyone still has to go through a test. Only by passing the test can you truly become a member of the Red Vanguard Army. The Sword Dao Dominator said, and by becoming a member of the Crimson Edge Army, you will receive a set of Crimson Edge armor and a Crimson Edge pill. The majority of the crowd had never heard of the Crimson Edge armor and the Crimson Edge pill, so they were not clear. However, there were also some people who revealed shocked expressions. Obviously, they knew something. The sword Tao Dominator had no intention of explaining. Suddenly, a vast and majestic aura descended, instantly suppressing everyone. The hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators present were all suppressed. It was as if there was an invisible mountain, making them feel extremely oppressed and pressured, as if they were about to be crushed. In particular, the appearance of that aura was so sudden that they were caught off guard. Immediately, several hundred people staggered and fell to the ground because they were caught off guard. The sword Tao Dominator waved his hand, instantly sweeping up those several hundred people and pushing them to the side. The others all raised their auras to resist, but they didn't encounter any resistance. They suddenly soared into the sky, and their faces all changed. That was because that astonishing aura had disappeared without them knowing. When they raised their auras to resist, it was like throwing a punch with all their strength. But the result was that they didn't hit the target that they expected. Instead, their punch missed, and they were propelled forward, but they had no choice but to try their best to recover. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Just when everyone was forced to withdraw their auras, that vast and majestic aura suddenly descended without warning. This time, in addition to its grandeur, there was also a sharpness to it. It was like an invisible mountain of swords had descended, crushing down with sword chi. After experiencing it once, everyone was subconsciously prepared. As a result, the moment the aura descended, the auras that they had just withdrawn instantly counterattacked. However, a portion of them seemed to be a hair too slow, or perhaps their counterattack was not strong enough. They were directly crushed, sliced apart like a hot knife through butter, and fell to the ground. The moment they fell to the ground, they were swept up by another wave of energy and rapidly fell to the side of the crowd. There were several thousand people in total. After experiencing it twice, no one withdrew their auras. Instead, they remained coiled around their bodies, ready to fight at any time. However, as time passed, that vast and majestic aura that was filled with sharpness seemed to have truly disappeared, no longer appearing. Everyone was holding their breaths, as if this was a competition of patience. The sword Tao Dominator stood to the side, ignoring them. As for the several thousand people who had been swept away, they were bewildered. They seemed to have understood something, but they were also unwilling to accept it. The third wave of aura descended once again. This time, everyone was fully prepared. However, this time, the aura did not retreat upon contact, like the previous two waves. Instead, it was like a tide, wave after wave, endless and endless. Gradually, some people began to find it difficult to endure, but they still gritted their teeth and endured. At this time, they understood that this was the so-called test. Since they had signed up, they had to join the Crimson Vanguard. No matter how great the danger was, they did not fear it. Being eliminated would be regretful and even humiliating. As the aura continued, it became more and more difficult for everyone to endure. Suddenly, a series of battle cries seemed to come from afar, accompanied by astonishing, killing intent. Murderous chi filled the air, surging and surging. Before everyone's eyes, blood-red figures appeared one after another. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they were surrounded by astonishing, baleful chi, as if they were a group of ghost soldiers and ghost generals that had slaughtered their way out of hell. The charge of the magnificent army was accompanied by blood-red swords. Each sword carried astonishing killing intent and the shadow of death. It was as if the swords had grabbed everyone's throats, making it difficult for them to breathe. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red figures had arrived in front of everyone. Their blood-red swords carried terrifying blood-red light as they slashed down. It was like a blood-red crescent moon that carried astonishing, killing intent. Before the swords had even arrived, their minds had already been sliced apart, as if they had been plunged into a bloody hell. It was incomparably real, or perhaps it was better to say that this was reality. That kind of killing intent, that kind of sharpness, instantly slashed down. There was no doubt that if they did not dodge or block, they would definitely be cleaved into two halves. In an instant, sharp swords were unsheathed and sword light flickered. Everyone unsheathed their swords, some defending, some counterattacking. However, the aura suddenly intensified, as if an invisible mountain had suddenly appeared and abruptly pressed down. With a boom, everyone was thrown off their feet. There were at least tens of thousands of people who had all fallen to the ground. The other people who had endured the sudden surge in aura either blocked or counterattacked the blood-red figures. Suddenly, everything seemed to have been an illusion, vanishing without a trace. Only a cool breeze remained. All right, congratulations. You've all passed the test and become a true member of the Crimson Vanguard. As for you, I'm very sorry you didn't pass the test. However, if you're willing, you can also join the Crimson Vanguard or the Crimson Wing Vanguard, said the Sword God. The first part of his speech was for those who had passed the test, while the second part was for those who had fallen to the ground. Those who did not pass the test were naturally sent out of the independent space. In the end, there were a total of 90,000 people who had passed the test. Every one of them was at least a second great emperor. They were strong, determined, and adaptable. The test just now is nothing compared to the real war. The Sword God's eyes were as sharp as swords, sweeping across everyone's faces, making them feel as if they were being sliced. The war is imminent. We don't have much time for you. Next, you will undergo 2 days of training in 1,000-fold space-time. After passing the test, you can only be considered as a true member of the Crimson Vanguard Army. Only by passing the training can you be considered as a true member of the Crimson Vanguard Army and have the qualifications to fight against the divine race. Before the training, you must refine the Crimson Vanguard armor. As soon as the Sword God finished speaking, scarlet rays of light fell from the sky. Those rays of light were like meteors, and it looked like a meteor shower. The scarlet rays of light fell and stopped in front of everyone. There were 90,000 of them. When the rays of light converged, everyone saw a full set of armor floating in front of them. It was an exquisite blood-red armor that was abnormally sturdy. Its edges were as sharp as a blood-red sword. The Crimson Vanguard armor. 1,000,000 years ago, after the Crimson Vanguard Army was founded, the demigod sovereigns of the human race used Nether River sand, Crimson Mountain essence, and blood prison water from the depths of the chaotic universe as the main materials to forge the Crimson Vanguard armor. The Sword God said slowly. His voice was deep, powerful, and filled with the vicissitudes of history. The Great Emperor's Crimson Vanguard armor is extremely hard and possesses great defensive power. The Great Emperor's Crimson Vanguard armor is also incomparably flexible and can greatly reduce the impact of force. When the blood of powerful enemies splatters on the Crimson Vanguard armor, it will be absorbed by the Crimson Vanguard armor, gradually forming a layer of protection that protects the wearer better. It can also heal the damage done to the Crimson Vanguard armor. It is not easy to forge the Crimson Vanguard armor, and it will be an important companion for you during your time in the Crimson Vanguard Army. Thus, everyone must cherish it. The Sword God's deep and powerful voice rang in everyone's ears. It was solemn and stirring. 1,000,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Crimson Vanguard Army wore the Crimson Vanguard armor and fought with all their strength against the god race and demon race. Many of them died, but the Crimson Vanguard armor was preserved and passed down to this day. It will be worn by all of you. You may die in this battle, but the Crimson Vanguard armor will continue to be passed down. It will bear witness to the Crimson Vanguard Army's glory and the indomitable will of the human race's sword cultivators. For some reason, everyone felt an indescribable sense of sorrow. It was as if they were watching their ancestors from 1,000,000 years ago fighting a bloody battle. Chapter 2293. My name is Li Tianjun. I was fortunate enough to become a member of the Red Edge Army and fight the God Race's army to the death. I wore the Red Edge armor and held the 1,000-army blood sacrificial sword. Together with 100,000 brothers of the Red Edge army, we broke through all obstacles and blocked the God Race's army outside the Heaven Sword domain. We swore to protect the domain and the human race. The God clan is strong, and their army is ferocious. Wherever they go, not even a blade of grass grows. They are ruthless and ambitious. They want to enslave and eliminate the human race. They want to occupy the lands that belong to the human race and plunder the resources to develop themselves. This was a war between races. The God race was an invader. For myself, for my race, for my descendants, for the reproduction and development of my race, I had to defeat the God race's invasion. I didn't care even if I had to give up my life. When the war began, my 1,000-army blood sacrificial sword killed one God race expert after another. Blood sprayed on my Red Edge armor again and again, giving me a strong layer of protection. It also allowed the Red Edge armor, which was damaged from the battles of life and death, to repair itself. My brothers also kept killing the God race experts. However, they were also killed by the God race experts. Every time one of them was killed, the Red Edge armor would automatically leave their bodies. This was the treasure of the human race. It could not and would not fall into the hands of the God race. My brothers, my comrades, although they were dead, their spirits were not extinguished. They had been integrated into the Red Edge armor. That was the will to fight the God race to the death. I know that one day I may die in battle. However, I am not afraid. My spirit exists forever. My will not be extinguished. Later, if you are fated to get the Red Edge armor that I wore, I hope you can pass on this spirit and this will. On the battlefield of blood and fire, countless traces of the great Tao fluctuated, and countless great Tao manifested. Thick chains covered the void, traversing heaven and earth, crisscrossing, and smoke rose everywhere. At a glance, there was a sea of people, and the sound of killing shook the sky. The army was like a flood, colliding with each other. One was blood red, full of shocking sharpness. The other was black, vast and mighty. Amidst the blood-red torrent, a figure wielded a long sword and cut down the strong enemies. One by one, the deities in black armor died under his blood-wiping sword. But soon, more deities arrived and pierced his body with their swords, trying to tear him apart. At the moment of his death, Chu Mu looked back. His eyes were still filled with a shocking will to fight and kill. They seemed to pierce through time and space, carrying an indestructible will that transcended reincarnation and time, piercing into Chu Mu's eyes. Chu Mu couldn't help but tremble. A thought entered his spiritual world and spread out. It seemed to be a kind of inheritance. It seemed like 1,000 years had passed, but in fact it was only a short moment. Chu Mu regained consciousness. He was not on the battlefield, nor was he facing the black torrent of the divine race army. What he saw just now was what he saw when he was refining the Red Edge armor. It was also the scene and will left behind by the previous owner of the Red Edge armor, Li Tianjun. Chu Mu thought, I will inherit your will and pass it on. It was not only Chu Mu. The other sword cultivators who had refined the Crimson Edge armor also experienced the same thing. In an instant, their auras underwent a clear change. They seemed to have become more condensed and seemed to have gained a faint killing intent. There was a spiritual will that could not be erased even by the heavens. Such an aura and such a will could allow their strength to be unleashed even more thoroughly, allowing their swords to become even sharper. At the same time, they felt that their experience in war had increased greatly. It was as if they were not rookies who had never experienced a war between races, but veterans who had participated in several wars. I believe that after refining the Red Edge armor, all of you have also received the inheritance of the previous owner. The sword dominator clearly knew what had happened. The corners of his mouth curled up in a smile. Next, you will undergo 2 days of training. In the 1,000-fold space-time, that will be 2,000 days. This is your only training opportunity. Make good use of it. The 90,000 sword cultivators of the Red Edge army had all refined the Red Edge armor. The armor appeared on their bodies. It was very tight, as if it had been tailor-made. This was one of the advantages of the Red Edge armor. It was the best way to fit the body. It would not affect the user's strength at all. The Red Edge armor was blood red. When 90,000 people stood together, it was like a wave of blood. The edges of the Red Edge armor were sharp and flashed with a cold light. After everyone had refined and familiarized themselves with the Red Edge armor, the 1,000-fold space-time training began. This kind of training wasn't focused on individual strength, but on the entire Crimson Edge armor. The sword cultivators on the Yuan spirit battlefield were all at least great emperor experts. They had survived many battles with the divine race. In the origin Yuan realm, they were a relatively elite group. The 90,000 sword cultivators present were selected from hundreds of thousands of great emperor realm sword cultivators. They could be considered the elites of the elites. Each one of them had astonishing willpower and strength. They had their own clear path and direction for their cultivation. A considerable number of them also had their own masters and sects. They did not need the guidance of others at all. Occasional guidance from some experts could help them avoid many detours. However, if they were taught for a long time, it would be different. It could subvert their own cultivation methods and so on. Now, the divine race army was about to arrive. Even if their individual strength improved, it would not be of any obvious help to the overall battle situation. The most important thing was to use the army to fight against the divine race army. They had to defend the Yuan spirit battlefield and wait for reinforcements to arrive. The divine race did not move. Once they moved, it meant that they had been planning for a long time. It was impossible for them to only attack once. There would definitely be a large army coming. After investigation, it was confirmed that the divine race army was the vanguard. Reinforcements were already on the way. The 1,000-fold spacetime was a unique spacetime created by the joint efforts of the demigod sovereigns. The flow of time was 1,000 times faster. It allowed people to cultivate better when they were in it. Moreover, the yuan qi of heaven and earth inside was very rich. The traces of the great Tao were also very clear. It was an extremely rare holy land for cultivation. However, such a holy land for cultivation also had its drawbacks. After all, it was created. Moreover, the 1,000-fold increase in the flow of time would imperceptibly affect and burden the people who entered to cultivate. The longer one was in the 1,000-fold space-time, the greater the burden. If one was in there for too long, the burden would affect one's foundation. The gains would not make up for the losses. However, for the great Emperor Sword cultivators, 2 days in the outside world was still within the acceptable range. They took the red sharp elixir and began training. The first step of the training was to set up the formation. Every one of them was an expert. Every one of them was a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were often good at fighting alone. Therefore, without training, 3 to 5 people working together might be good. If there were too many people, it would affect the performance of each person's strength. However, if they went through strict training, it would be different. With cooperation, their strength would be even more powerful. The first step of the training was to set up the formation. However, there was a prerequisite that had to be completed. That was to choose their respective leaders. An army could not be without a commander. Just like a dragon, it could not be without a head. An army without a commander would be like a sheet of loose sand. The commander had been confirmed. It was the Sword Way Dominator. However, under the commander, there were still some assistants to help realize the command of the army. The commander of the Red Sharp Army was called the Army Commander, the Red Sharp Army Commander. Under the Red Sharp Army Commander was the Red Sharp Generals. This was because the Red Sharp Army would be divided into 6 units, from the 1st Red Sharp Army to the 6th Red Sharp Army. Therefore, there were 6 Red Sharp Generals. Under the Red Sharp Generals were the Red Sharp Lieutenants. Every Red Sharp army needed 9 Red Sharp lieutenants. In total, there were 54 Red Sharp lieutenants. Regardless of whether it was the 6 Red Sharp generals or the 10 Red Sharp lieutenants, they were all selected from the 90,000-strong Red Sharp army. However, every one of them was an elite. No one was willing to submit to others. Especially sword cultivators, they were extremely sharp and wanted to compete with others. If it was a normal time, there would be enough time for you to decide the winner. However, the war is about to begin. We need to hurry. Therefore, everything will be simple. The Red Sharp army commander said, "Next, I will appoint the 6 Red Sharp generals and 54 Red Sharp lieutenants. If anyone is not convinced, you can issue a challenge. If you defeat him, you can become a Red Sharp general or Red Sharp lieutenant. However, I hope that those who are not strong enough will not issue a challenge. It will be a waste of time." The Red Sharp army commander's words were very direct. However, no one cared. Chifeng First Army, Chifeng General Yang Wuji, Chifeng Second Army, Chifeng General Lian Hongyu, Chifeng Third Army, Chifeng General Dong Shui, Chifeng Fourth Army, Chifeng General Gu Qianjun, Chifeng Fifth Army, Chifeng General Lin Xie, Chifeng Sixth Army, Chifeng General Leng Chongfeng. The Red Sharp army commander announced. The 6 people that he named were all famous experts on the Earth Carnage ranking. Leng Chongfeng was the 31st ranked Sword Emperor Leng Feng. The other 5 were ranked above Leng Chongfeng, especially the 1st Red Sharp General Yang Wuji, who was ranked in the top 5. After the selection of the 6 Red Sharp generals was completed, it was time for the 54 Red Sharp lieutenants. Chu Mu was named and selected to become a Red Sharp lieutenant under the Red Sharp First Army. He would be in charge of 1,499 sword cultivators. Including himself, there was a total of 1,500. Actually, there should be 10 Red Sharp lieutenants in each army. However, one of the Red Sharp lieutenants would be held by the Red Sharp general himself. All right, the selection of the Red Sharp generals and Red Sharp lieutenants has been completed. Next, if any of you are not convinced, you can issue a challenge. However, there is only one chance. The Red Sharp army commander said. Immediately, someone issued a challenge. However, no one went to challenge the 6 Red Sharp generals because their strength was publicly acknowledged to be powerful. Even a Red Sharp lieutenant like Chu Mu was not challenged. The challenges were carried out at the same time and ended very quickly. The facts proved that the Red Sharp army commander's eyesight was quite good. Of course, Chu Mu was not included. Chapter 2294. On the Primordial Spirit Battlefield, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly oppressive, as if an apocalyptic storm was brewing. 10 flash space divine boats docked outside the divine city. Numerous figures disembarked from the flash space divine boats like a torrent and lined up neatly on the vast land outside the divine city. This was the vanguard of the divine clan army that had rushed over from the absolute beginning divine world. They were densely packed, and at a glance, they looked like a motionless black lake. Each flash space divine boat carried 100,000 divine clan warriors. The 10 flash space divine boats added up to a total of 1 million. These 1 million were just the vanguard. Soon after, the main army would arrive. At that time, it would not be 1 million, but tens of millions or even more. The 1 million vanguard warriors of the divine clan army all came down from the flash space divine boats and lined up neatly. They were motionless. Their aura was condensed like an invisible ancient mountain that entrenched the void. A figure instantly appeared in the sky above the vanguard of the divine clan army. It was a divine clan warrior wearing black divine armor. The black divine armor looked very special. It was different from ordinary divine armor and looked a little rough. However, this roughness contained a very unique charm and gave off a domineering feeling. The scarlet cloak on his back fluttered in the wind, making him look more like a demon. He was the commander of the vanguard army, an expert of the divine clan in the sovereign realm. 1,000,000 years ago, our army was repelled, and we were ashamed of it. Over the past 1,000,000 years, we have worked hard to govern and become stronger. This time, our army will occupy the Essence Soul battlefield and use it as a springboard to invade the Origin primordial world. We will enslave all the races in the Origin primordial world and kill all the demons. The commander of the vanguard army shouted loudly. Although he was from the divine clan, his style was similar to that of the demon clan. Of course, he had nothing to do with the demon clan because he was a pure divine clan warrior and the royal family of the divine clan. Now, all soldiers, listen to my command. The commander pulled out his long sword and waved it suddenly. As he turned around, he pointed his sword forward in the direction of the Origin city. Let's go! The warriors of the Shun clan shouted in unison. Their aura was shocking. They stepped forward in unison and flew into the air. They were like a black torrent, surging forward as if they wanted to destroy everything in their path. The divine clan army is on the move. At the Origin city, several experts of the sovereign realm stood in the sky and looked in the direction of the divine city. One of them had a strange light in his eyes, as if he could see through time and space and saw the black torrent of the divine clan army surging toward them. In an instant, all sorts of orders were passed down. Numerous figures appeared outside the Origin city. Legions of different races appeared one after another. Soon, the 4 armies of the human clan army, Chi Fong, Green, Qing Huang, Chi Rei, and Qi, wearing different armors. Qi Feng's first army, head to the first stronghold. Qi Feng's second army, head to the second stronghold. The commander of the Qi Feng army gave the order. The 6 armies of the Qi Feng army headed to the 6 strongholds. The stronghold was built with great difficulty, and it was the first line of the battle. On the Divine City's side, in addition to the Divine Race's vanguard army, the Divine Race in the Divine City had also formed one legion after another. As the vanguard army moved out, a large group of people covered the sky. Their murderous aura converged into an earth-shattering torrent. From afar, a black aura could be seen surging, as if some terrifying giant beast was about to descend and destroy everything. On the Yuan City's side, the legions of the various clans were mobilized. In terms of momentum, they were not inferior at all. It didn't take long for the Qi Feng First Army to arrive at the first stronghold. Chu Mu was in the Qi Feng First Army, a Qi Feng lieutenant who commanded 1499 Qi Feng First Army soldiers. After 2 days of training in the 1,000-fold space-time, and with the inheritance of the previous owner of the Scarlet Edge armor, they were already very familiar with each other. They could fully display their strength, and under the influence of the battle formation, they could display their strength to the fullest, surpassing their limits. Outside the first stronghold, Qi Feng's army was at the front. A total of 15,000 people were waiting for the arrival of the Celestial Race's army. Each and every one of them was emitting a sharp qi. The armies of the other races were also there. They were lined up in a straight line. The location of the battle would be the center of the primordial spirit battlefield. This way, it would not cause any damage to their own territory. Not long after, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky in front of them. They could not see the figure, but they could already see traces of black aura spreading out. It was dark and oppressive, as if black clouds were pressing down on the city. The gods are here. Prepare for battle. Kill. When the figures of the God Race army appeared before everyone's eyes, an order was given, and the various armies all moved. They flew into the air and attacked. The 15,000 Qi Feng First Army soldiers all unsheathed their swords. Their sharp qi instantly soared several times. It was as if a giant sword had been unsheathed, cutting through the sky and killing their enemies. They unsheathed their swords in unison. Streaks of sharp sword light broke through the air, cutting through the void and cutting through everything. They carried a tyrannical power and the traces of the great path appeared. It looked very shocking. The armies of the other races all attacked. Lights of various colors broke through the air. They were domineering and violent. Everything was aimed at killing the gods. The army of the god race unsheathed their swords. The great path led, and the traces of the great path appeared. Power surged, and the sword techniques of the god race were displayed. They struck down from the sky with earth-shattering force. Boom! Boom! Earth-shattering explosions reverberated in all directions. The void trembled, and cracks were everywhere. They unsheathed their swords again and again. One move after another, they bombarded out. There were constant collisions. The void was constantly shaking, and the cracks were constantly expanding. It was like the open mouth of a monster, swallowing everything. Chu Mu's face was calm under the helmet, but there was still a feeling of shock in his heart. Although he had trained in 1,000 times space-time, training was still training. Although he had received the inheritance of the previous owner of the Qi Feng armor, it was still a memory. Everything was not as profound and shocking as experiencing it himself. It was the first time he had seen such a scene of more than 100,000 people attacking at the same time. The vanguard army of the god race numbered in the millions. The army formed by the god race in the divine city also numbered in the hundreds of thousands. They were also divided into 12 legions according to their 12 strongholds. They went to attack the strongholds of the other party and occupied them as a springboard to attack the origin city. The terrain of the primordial spirit battlefield was complex, but the strongholds were the best terrain. It was the easiest terrain to exert one's strength. The terrain of the non-strongholds was bumpy. Some protruded like mountains, some cracked like abysses, and there were more star beasts. They were here to fight. They were here to kill the enemy and occupy the strongholds and cities, not to hunt star beasts. As for the method of concentrating the warriors of the left and right army to directly attack a stronghold and then attack the origin city, it was not that they had never thought of it. However, after various simulations and deductions, they found that it was a wrong approach. This was because the clans of the origin city were not made of paper. 1,000,000 years ago, when they were at a disadvantage, they could finally defeat the army of the god race and the army of the demon race. This was enough to show their tenacity. Therefore, if they directly attacked a stronghold, the final result was that they would not be able to break through the god race in a short time and would be surrounded. It was very likely that they would be wiped out. This battle was a battle that the ancient god race had been planning for a long time. They could only allow victory and absolutely not failure. They could also slow down, but they had to be safe. In fact, from the beginning, the god race wanted to launch a blitzkrieg attack and defeat the origin city by surprise. However, they soon found that the origin city was also mobilizing and forming an army. The god race knew that the news had been leaked and could only change their original plan. Thinking about it, it was a very simple matter. The demigod, sovereign of the god race, could deceive the heavens, but there would still be clues that could be found and investigated. The blitzkrieg plan became laughable. Fortunately, the god race did not expect the blitzkrieg to succeed from the beginning. They divided their forces and attacked the 12 strongholds of the origin city to gain the upper hand. Then they surrounded the origin city, and the god race would have enough time to calmly set up and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. The origin city had obviously analyzed the god race's plan and adopted a corresponding strategy to defend the strongholds and defeat the god race. It was best to occupy the strongholds of the god race and counterattack the divine city. As for counterattacking the divine city, there was no consideration because there were many clans in the origin world. When invaded, it was certain that they would unite to fight back. However, it was impossible to unite to attack the ancient god race. It was certain that if the origin Yuan world wanted to attack the ancient god domain or the primordial demon domain, they would definitely fail. Unless one of the clans dominated the origin Yuan world and the other clans were reduced to vassals, no one dared to disobey their orders. However, based on the situation of the 4 major clans in the origin Yuan world, it was obviously impossible. Sword after sword, sword after sword. Every soldier of the Red Edge Army was arranged in a particular position, with the first Red Edge General Yongwuji as the leader and the other 9 Red Edge lieutenants as support. The other Red Edge Army soldiers formed a battle formation. This battle formation was the exclusive battle formation of the Red Edge Army. Red Edge God Slaughtering Formation. The Red Edge God Slaughtering Formation was created 1,000,000 years ago after the Red Edge Army was created. After many battles and failures, the demigod sovereigns of the human race studied various battle formations and finally created this battle formation. It could unleash the power of the Red Edge Army to the extreme. Therefore, the entire Red Edge Army was like a huge blood-red sword. The sword tip was Yongwuji, pointing directly at the god race. When Chumu attacked, he also saw the familiar color of the opponent. It was black, the inheritance of the previous owner of the Red Edge armor. The opponent they were fighting was the god race warrior wearing the black armor. Chapter 2295. The Black Nightmare Army. It was a famous army in the absolute beginning divine world. Everyone in the universe trembled in fear. Every time they invaded the origin primordial realm, the Black Nightmare Army would be the vanguard. They were experienced in killing and were brave and good at fighting. They were best at fighting head-on. Within the origin primordial realm, many experts had died under the swords of the Black Nightmare Army. To the Shun clan, the Black Nightmare Army was their pride. However, to the people of the Source realm, the Black Nightmare Army was notorious and should go to hell. The black torrent in front of them gave Chumu and the others a familiar, yet unfamiliar feeling. It was familiar because they had seen it when they were refining the Red Edge armor. It was unfamiliar because it was their first time encountering the Black Nightmare Army. The Red Edge battle formation rotated as the Red Edge warriors continuously attacked with their swords. They were wearing Red Edge armor and had amazing defense. With the cooperation of the armies of the other races, they separated the Black Nightmare Army from the other armies of the Shun clan. The Red Vanguard Army was facing one of the Dark Nightmare armies. This Dark Nightmare Army was mixed with other armies of the divine race. They were constantly attacking from all angles. The Red Vanguard Army was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth among the Red Vanguard Army, looking for any possible opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the divine race. As for the Red Wing Army, they were trying their best to split the divine race army apart from the left and right. It had to be said that the coordination between the 3 armies was very good. However, the Shin clan army was not to be trifled with. Speaking of which, they were more well-trained and moved with ease within the human clan army. In an instant, the 2 sides clashed again and again. There was no clear winner and no deaths for the time being. Activate the Black God, a leader of the Black Nightmare Army ordered. Suddenly, huge silhouettes appeared one after another. There were more than 100 of them, and each of them was 100 meters tall. Their bodies were pitch black, and they looked like the black armor of the Black Nightmare Army that had been enlarged countless times. Of course, they weren't empty shells. They looked like giants wearing gigantic black armor. One by one, the soldiers of the Black Nightmare Army entered the body of the black armored giant. Every black armored giant had 100 soldiers of the Black Nightmare Army. The originally motionless black armored giant's dim eyes suddenly lit up and shot out a shocking golden light. Within the golden light, there was a trace of scarlet. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. It was like a giant beast had awakened. A terrifying energy fluctuation was emitted from its body. It was like a black ripple that spread out in circles. Everywhere it passed, the void seemed to be lifted up layer by layer. The faces of the Red Vanguard Army and the other warriors changed drastically. The black-armored giant seemed to have awakened from a deep slumber. Instantly, it brought an incomparably heavy pressure to them. The pressure was formless and formless, but it directly impacted their bodies and suppressed them. It was as though it was going to crush them. Even the Red Vanguard battle formation couldn't withstand it. If one had to describe the strength of the aura, it had already surpassed the great emperor realm and was infinitely close to the sovereign realm. Black God. The battle puppets, specially made by the deity race. Their bodies are huge. Their strength is tyrannical, and their destructive power is shocking. They once caused serious damage to the source realm. Kill. The 100 black gods waved their huge black swords and slashed out a huge black sword light that was a few thousand meters long. The sword light tore through the void and charged towards the human race army. Although they tried to dodge, there were still some who couldn't avoid the terrifying sword light in time. As a result, they were slashed by the 1,000-meter-long sword light. Under the terrifying power, they were instantly turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. The hundreds of 1,000-meter-long black sword light killed thousands of human race warriors. There were Red Vanguard Army, Red Light Army, and Red Wing Army. It was a heavy loss for thousands of people to die in an instant. It was very difficult to forge a huge battle puppet like the Black God. Therefore, it was also very precious in the deity race. Moreover, every time it was used, it would consume a large amount of energy and cost the lives of 100 great emperors of the deity race. It wouldn't be used easily. In the many battles 1,000,000 years ago, the deity race would only use the Black God at critical moments to besiege cities. But now the battle had just begun, and 100 black gods were immediately used. It was unprecedented and completely unexpected. Red Vanguard Battle Formation. Change. Red Vanguard Wei Yongwuji stared at the 100 black armored giants that were bursting with terrifying power, causing a heavy burden on the surrounding void. The terrifying aura suppressed them and made it difficult for them to breathe. As soon as the order was given, the people of Red Light Army immediately retreated from the Red Vanguard Army. The Red Vanguard Battle Formation was activated to the extreme. The Red Vanguard Army had 15,000 people and was divided into 10 brigades. Each brigade had 1,500 people. 2 of the brigades had suffered heavy losses, and the Red Vanguard Battle Formation was severely damaged. However, they had already trained in the 1,000-fold space-time and moved quickly. The 2 brigades that had suffered heavy losses replenished each other and formed a new team. The Red Vanguard Battle Formation's final transformation was also a kind of formation that wasn't usually used. Under the final transformation, the warriors of the Red Vanguard Army moved rapidly. Scarlet rays of light shot out from their Red Vanguard armor and connected with each other. It seemed slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. Soon, countless scarlet rays of light shot out and huge silhouettes appeared. There was a total of 9 huge silhouettes, and each of them was 100 meters tall, similar to the black deity of the divine race. Each of the 100 meters tall scarlet figures was a brigade of the Red Vanguard Army. Chu Mu was at the head of one of the huge silhouettes. He was the Red Vanguard Lieutenant, the leader of this brigade. In the blink of an eye, 900 meters tall giants appeared. Each of them seemed to be wearing Red Vanguard armor and had been magnified many times. Red Vanguard, Sword God, against the black deity battle puppet of the divine race. The demigod sovereigns of the human race had created the final transformation of the Red Vanguard Battle Formation after a long period of research. With 1,500 people as a unit, through the transformation of the battle formation, the power was connected and maximized. With one person as the leader, the giant that was formed to fight against the black deity was called Red Vanguard Sword God. In an instant, 9 Red Vanguard Sword Gods formed and appeared in the air. Their scarlet figures, scarlet eyes, and their whole body exuded a tyrannical aura. Scarlet ripples spread out rapidly and swept in all directions. Chu Mu was controlling number 1 Red Vanguard Sword God. What a powerful force! Chu Mu thought. Even though he had already trained in the 1,000-fold space-time, it was just a trial. It wasn't like now, where he could truly control this force. Including himself, a total of 1,500 great Emperor Realm sword cultivators were gathered and controlled by him. That kind of force was incomparably powerful. Chu Mu, who was at the head of Red Vanguard Sword God, clenched his fists. Under the surge of energy, Red Vanguard Sword God raised his arms and opened his arms. Scarlet-red sword light flickered, and a scarlet-red giant sword was formed in each of his hands. With 2 swords in his hands, terrifying sharpness swept out like a storm, shaking the heavens and earth. The other 8 Red Vanguard Sword Gods also formed their most proficient swords. Their appearances were different, but they were all scarlet-red in color and had incomparably sharp edges. The 9 black deity battle formations rushed over. Huge black sword light that was thousands of meters tall wanted to destroy Red Vanguard Sword God in one fell swoop. Chu Mu's 2 swords vibrated, and like the wings of an eagle, he instantly flew out. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant he left behind a scarlet-red scar in the void. He rapidly closed in on his opponent, dodging the black sword light that was thousands of meters long. In the blink of an eye, the black deity battle formations came into contact. The Red Vanguard Sword God controlled by Chu Mu vibrated, repelling the black deity battle formation's attack. The other Red Vanguard Sword God was ferocious and violent, piercing through the void, piercing towards the black deity battle formation. It was incomparably fast, with a superb sword technique. Even if the black deity dodged quickly, he was still a bit slower. Chu Mu's sword changed directions and chopped off his left arm. He instantly lost his balance and crossed his 2 swords. A cross-shaped sword light shot out from his body. In just a single exchange, one of the black deities of the god's race had his arm chopped off, and his body was torn into pieces. This instantly alarmed the others. So strong! The other 8 Red Vanguard Sword Gods were shocked, as expected of the All-Heavens Sword Emperor. This strength is too strong. Kill, 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 kill all the black deities. The sword cultivators that had formed the Red Vanguard Sword God with Chu Mu were providing their own strength. They could clearly see everything that was happening outside. In an instant, the powerful black deities were killed. They were extremely shocked, and their hearts were filled with an indescribable excitement. After killing one black deity, Chu Mu didn't feel any pride or excitement. He was completely calm, controlling the Red Vanguard Sword God. He turned into a streak of red light and instantly attacked the second black deity. The other black deities of the god's race also reacted. Immediately, 3 black deities attacked the Red Vanguard Sword God controlled by Chu Mu from different angles. The 3 huge black swords arrived, sealing off Chu Mu's escape route. There was nowhere for him to dodge. But under their encirclement, it was impossible for Chu Mu to dodge, but he disappeared in an instant. The moment the exclamation sounded, a red figure appeared behind one of the black deities. The 2 swords slashed down, and another black deity was split apart. The 2 swords vibrated, and the red sword light was like a shock wave that cut through the left and right sides, attacking the other 2 black deities. The 2 black deities reacted quickly. They instantly retreated, and after dodging the attack of the 2 red swords, they quickly pounced forward. The huge black swords were like the roar of a demonic dragon, striking down from the sky. The attacks of the black deities would not manifest the great Tao, but the power contained within was augmented with the power of the great Tao. The power of each attack was incomparably terrifying. The remaining waves were enough to kill many experts on the Earth Carnage ranking. Even the great Emperor of Life and Death, who was ranked first, didn't dare to fight with the black deities. Stepping on the void, he instantly retreated, narrowly avoiding the encirclement of the 2 black deities. The 2 swords turned into a red storm, crazily sweeping out, wreaking havoc in all directions. Immediately, the red figure with an indescribable sharpness charged out from the red storm, attacking one of the black deities. Chapter 2296. The 100-meter-tall giant was engaged in a fierce battle with the 9 Qi-Feng sword god and the black deity battle puppet. Not long after, the Qi-Feng sword god controlled by Chu Mu had killed 4 black deity battle puppets. Such a battle record left everyone dumbfounded, because even the Qi-Feng sword god controlled by Yang Wuji had only killed 1 black deity and was suppressing the 2nd black deity. The divine race was dumbfounded. The black god combat puppets were created by the experts of the Black Nightmare Army, who had gathered large amounts of precious materials from various worlds. After refining them time and time again, the essence of the materials was fused together, and after going through many processes, they were finally forged into powerful weapons of war. The forging of each black god combat puppet required over 100 years, and there was no guarantee of success. It could be said that the chances of success were 50-50. Every time a black deity battle puppet was used, it required hundreds of experts of the divine race to sacrifice their lives to be activated. Therefore, the divine race would not use the black deity battle puppets unless it was a critical moment. This time, for their many years of planning, in order to defeat the resistance of the Yuan City army as soon as possible, they had mobilized 100 black god battle puppets from the very beginning. They had thought that even if the battle formation of the various clans changed, they would still be able to defeat them. They had not expected that 4 of them would be killed by one of the Qi-Feng sword gods. 4 black deity battle puppets were killed in an instant. It was a heavy loss, and it was a great blow to the morale of the divine race army. Morale was extremely important. The strength of morale was related to the strength of the army. There was only one way to restore the morale of the army, and that was to defeat the powerful Qi-Feng sword god. The black deity battle puppets created by the divine race were extremely sturdy and had amazing defensive power. Even if an expert like the life and death great emperor attacked with all his might, it would still be difficult to leave a mark on them. The defensive power was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than a 3rd step great emperor. It was extremely shocking. The power of each black deity battle puppet was more than 100 times stronger than a 3rd step great emperor. Even the life and death great emperor, who was ranked first on the Earth Carnage ranking, would only end up being killed if he faced a black deity. The difference was more than 10 times. It was too big. The Scarlet Edge sword god was different. It used the Scarlet Edge battle formation as the final transformation and the Scarlet Edge armor as the medium to link the power of 1,500 Scarlet Edge warriors together. 1,500 great monarch realm sword cultivators were at least 2nd step great monarchs. More than half of them were 3rd step great monarchs. Under the Crimson Vanguard battle formation, their strength was boosted to 3rd step great monarchs on average. The combined power of 1,500 3rd step great emperors was extremely powerful. In other words, sword god Qi-Feng's power was equal to the combined power of 1,500 3rd step great emperors. Such an upper limit of power was undoubtedly much higher than the god race's black god battle puppets. However, theories were just theories. Whether or not such power could be fully unleashed was a difficult problem. Different people controlling the Scarlet Edge sword god meant that the amount of power the Scarlet Edge sword god could unleash would be different. Some of the weaker Scarlet Edge sword gods were even weaker than the black god battle puppets. However, some of the stronger Scarlet Edge sword gods, such as the one controlled by Yang Wuji, could completely suppress the black god and kill him in a one-on-one battle. For Yang Wuji, the Scarlet Edge sword god could unleash 50% of his power, and that was already considered very powerful. However, Chu Mu's Scarlet Edge sword god was unprecedented. He was trying his best to unleash the Scarlet Edge sword god's power and continuously increasing it. The power of 1,500 3rd step great emperors was completely under his control, because no one in the great monarch realm could be compared to Chu Mu in terms of the control of power. even many lesser sovereign realm experts couldn't be compared to him. However, Chumu wasn't able to unleash the full power of the Scarlet Edge, Sword God, in one go. He had to go through battle after battle to get used to it. After killing the 4 black gods, Chumu was able to unleash 70% of the Scarlet Edge, Sword God's power. The 6 black gods charged towards Chumu from all directions. Under their cooperation, they sealed off the surroundings. The tyrannical energy fluctuations seemed like they were going to confine the void and freeze everything. The 3 black gods couldn't threaten Chumu, but the 6 black gods together made Chumu feel a deep pressure. Chumu's eyes were filled with an indescribable light and excitement. Scarlet Edge, Sword God's power was 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than his. With such power, he would even dare to fight against a sovereign realm expert. Under the pressure, Chumu's mental energy entered a special state. It was extremely active. The great true wheel was revolving to the extreme. A scarlet, great true wheel phantom appeared behind Scarlet Edge, Sword God. Since Sword God Chi-Fong was 100 meters tall, the great true wheel shadow was naturally dozens of meters tall. As it rotated, it emitted an aura that could suppress the heavens, as if it contained the mysteries of the universe. It instantly attracted countless gazes. In the distance, the other 8 Scarlet Edge, Sword Gods were fighting against the Black Gods. The other races also had their own methods. The Vajra race's heaven supporting Vajra, the Soldier race's divine weapon war god, the Beastman race's giant beast sovereign, etc. This battle had become the battlefield of the behemoths. The other warriors could only stay far away and fight from afar. Otherwise, if they got too close and got caught up in the shockwaves, they would be crushed into powder. The 2 swords flickered. Scarlet's sword light was like a waterfall, instantly blocking the giant swords of the 8 black gods. Borrowing the force, he was surrounded by the 6 black gods. Borrowing the strong pressure, he stimulated his own potential and took a step forward in controlling Scarlet Edge, Sword God. Seeing the 6 black gods surrounding the terrifying Scarlet Edge, Sword God, the gods' race slightly heaved a sigh of relief. The other black gods burst out with tyrannical power and attacked Scarlet Edge, Sword God. In terms of numbers, there were only 9 Scarlet Edge, Sword Gods, 18 Vajra races heaven-raising Vajra, 15 Bing races divine weapon war gods, and 22 beast men, revered giant beasts. In total, there were 64 black gods. After a few of the god races' black god battle puppets died, there were still 90 of them left. In terms of numbers, they had completely surpassed the various races in Origin City. 6 black gods were fighting against Chumu's Scarlet Edge, Sword God, leaving 84 black gods. Some were fighting one-on-one, while some were fighting one-on-2. The human race's Chi-Fong, Sword God, the Vajra race's heaven-raising Vajra, and the soldier race's divine weapon war god were all in human form. The Beastmen race's giant beast venerable was in beast form, with giant elephant, giant bear, giant lion, giant tiger, and so on. Scarlet Edge, Sword God, was formed by a battle formation and Scarlet Edge armor. Heaven-raising Vajra was similar to a puppet, but it required thousands of Vajra race members to enter and control each component. Divine Weapon War God was a transformation of the Bing race's innate talent. The Beastmen, revered giant beasts, were brought back from the depths of the chaotic universe by the Beastmen race through a unique secret method. In theory, the human race's Scarlet Edge, Sword God, Vajra race's heaven-raising Vajra, soldier race's divine weapon war god, and Beastmen, revered giant beasts, were on the same level as the Black God battle puppets. However, the Black God battle puppets' strength was stable. They were as strong as they could be. It was different for the other races. The level of strength was directly related to the person controlling them. For example, Limitless Yang, who controlled the Scarlet Edge Sword God, could fight one against 2 black gods. However, most of the others could only fight one-on-one. Chu Mu, who was surrounded by 6 black gods and was still able to resist, was the only one. Although the sword cultivators inside Scarlet Edge, sword god, couldn't move, their strength was being guided out and they were enduring a kind of tearing pain. They were very excited. This was because they could clearly feel the flow of power. They could feel everything in the outside world and all kinds of battle techniques. This was an indescribable experience for them. After experiencing such a battle, they would make new progress and new breakthroughs in their swordsmanship. Under the pressure of the 6 black gods, Chumu's own potential seemed to be constantly stimulated. He was able to use Scarlet Edge, sword god's strength more and more. From 70%, he was gradually approaching 80%. Scarlet Edge, sword god strength, was incomparably terrifying. Not to mention 10%. Even the difference between 10% and 10% was very obvious. The more pressure he was under, the more motivated he became. This was the perfect description of Chumu's current state. Gradually, the 6 black gods found it difficult to suppress him. When Chumu was able to use 80% of Scarlet Edge, sword god strength, a terrifying aura instantly surged out and swept in all directions, causing the 6 black gods' attacks to falter slightly. In a battle between experts, a breath's difference was enough to determine victory and defeat, life and death. Chumu, who had become even more tyrannical, grasped the moment when the 6 black gods' attacks faltered and slashed out with his 2 swords. He didn't use any powerful sword techniques. He only used the most basic sword techniques. In an instant, he stabbed out 6 times. The scarlet sword light tore through the sky, piercing through all the toughest things in the world. Scarlet Edge, sword god strength had increased, and the 2 Scarlet Edge giant swords in his hands had also increased in power, becoming even more tyrannical and sharper. The 6 swords pierced through the air towards the 6 black gods. Without any obstruction, they directly pierced through the heads of the black gods. However, the black gods weren't killed. In fact, Chumu didn't know much about the black gods. He also didn't know the weaknesses of the black gods, or rather, the black gods didn't have any weaknesses. However, the black god whose head had been pierced didn't die. Instead, he faltered again, giving Chumu a second chance. The 2 swords went berserk like a hurricane. In the blink of an eye, 1 black god was torn into pieces. The 2nd black god was also torn into pieces. Then the 3rd black god was torn into pieces. Having no weaknesses didn't mean that they couldn't be killed. As long as they were dismembered, they would be rendered useless. The remaining 3 black gods were incomparably terrified. They were battle puppets, but after fusing with the lives of hundreds of god race great emperors, they were bestowed with a certain level of intelligence. They hurriedly retreated, not daring to clash head-on with the Scarlet Edge, sword god controlled by Chumu. Chapter 2297. The leader of the Shin clan was as black as the bottom of a pot. The black god battle puppets of the Shin clan were feared by many races in the Origin realm. Even the Demon clan had to be careful when dealing with them. But now they were scared off by the Human clan. It was a great humiliation. We can't retreat. Kill him. The leader of the Shen clan roared. However, up until now, 7 black gods had been dismembered by the Human clan. They had died extremely miserably. Furthermore, they were surrounded by 6 black gods. 3 of them had been killed in a row. How could they kill the Human clan? However, the battle was not one-sided. There was no doubt about the strength of the Shen clan. Under the joint attack of the 2 black gods, one of the Scarlet Edge, sword gods, was cut in half at the waist. The battle formation collapsed, and the great Emperor Realm's sword cultivators that formed the Scarlet Edge, sword god, died one after another. Such a loss was even more severe than the black gods being dismembered. After being killed, the Chi Feng soldiers turned into streaks of red light and quickly left the battlefield, disappearing into the void. Not long after, another Chi Feng sword god was killed. All the Chi Feng soldiers were dead. Not only was Chi Feng sword god killed, but they also lost 3 mighty Titan warriors, 3 divine weapons, and 4 mighty beasts. Overall, the Shen clan did not fall into a disadvantageous position. The loss of the 2 Qi-Feng sword gods and 3,000 elite sword cultivators was a heavy loss, which infuriated the human clan. Kill! 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 Kill all the bastards of the Shin clan. The sword cultivators in Qi-Feng sword god roared. Their voices converged and came out of Qi-Feng sword god's mouth. Their killing intent was shocking. Qi-Feng sword god, driven by Chu Mu, was like a red eagle or a red swallow. It swept across the sky at an astonishing speed and pounced on the 3 retreating black gods. The 2 swords streaked across the sky. The crimson sword radiance was extremely sharp and unstoppable. It was merciless and directly cut off the heads of 2 black gods. Then, the 2 swords crossed and cut the black gods in the middle into pieces. In the blink of an eye, another 3 black gods were killed by Chu Mu. He was like a killing god. The Shen clan army that had just regained some morale suffered a heavy blow again. Black God transformation. The god race leader's face darkened as he spoke through gritted teeth. Instantly, the god race warriors around him paled, but they still carried out their orders strictly. The 10,000 black god soldiers flew out, and the 10 black god battle puppets also flew over. They gathered together, and the 10,000 black god soldiers began to burn with dense black flames. The flames were black, and they looked like demonic flames. They instantly enveloped the black god soldiers and turned into huge black fireballs that charged at the 10 black gods. At the same time, black flames appeared on the bodies of the 10 black deities. They burned vigorously and turned into 10 huge black fireballs. They closed in on each other and collided with each other. Rumble! An incomparably loud sound reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. A terrifying energy fluctuation instantly spread out, forming a black ripple that was as sharp as a blade. Immediately, both sides stopped fighting and stared the collision of the huge fireballs. Black God transformation. He actually used the black deity transformation. He's finished now. Those who had some understanding of the god race's black god army and the black armors were all anxious and shocked. The black god transformation was the final transformation of the black god battle puppets. After using the black god transformation, the strength of the black god battle puppets would increase by at least 10 times. They would become even more powerful, and their destructive power would be incomparably shocking. However, the price of using the black god transformation was too high. Even in the incomparably intense battles a million years ago, the black god army rarely used the black god transformation. This time, they actually used it directly. Speaking of which, they didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky to encounter the black god army. The other party used the black god battle puppets in a few moves, and then used the black god transformation. 10 huge fireballs collided, shaking the heavens and earth. Then 10,000 smaller fireballs rushed into the 10 huge fireballs like a meteor shower. An incomparably terrifying energy spread out. It was extremely violent and destructive. Everyone in the surroundings retreated because they couldn't bear that kind of pressure. Only sword god Qi-Feng, controlled by Chu Mu, was still stubbornly holding on. The sword cultivators inside sword god Qi-Feng felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if their bodies were constantly being crushed, and their bones and muscles were about to be torn apart. At this moment, they were of one mind. They had to withstand the pressure brought about by the black god transformation. Chu Mu's bearing was the most obvious, because he was controlling sword god Qi-Feng. Most of the pressure was borne by him. If he was using his real body to withstand such pressure, it would be absolutely impossible. He might even be crushed. But now he was controlling the powerful sword god Qi-Feng to resist. Who knew how many times stronger sword god Qi-Feng's power was compared to his? The black god transformation rapidly changed. The 10 large black fireballs and the 10,000 small black fireballs continuously fused together, becoming an incomparably gigantic black fireball. As it burned, there seemed to be some unforeseen changes occurring within it. A huge silhouette appeared in the huge black flames. The black flames slowly extinguished and entered the huge silhouette's body. Suddenly, the huge silhouette's appearance was revealed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all shocked. The huge black silhouette was 500 meters tall. It didn't look much different from the black god battle puppets, but the spikes on its back and shoulders, the horn on its forehead, the blades on its elbows, and the barbs on its knees all revealed the malevolence and dominance of this huge silhouette. If the black god battle puppets were said to be sharp weapons, then this huge silhouette was a sharp weapon that could sweep through the battlefield. It was far from being comparable to the black god battle puppets. How can there be such a terrifying thing? Although it hadn't made a move yet, its appearance, its size, and the terrifying aura it emitted were enough to make people tremble in fear. They wouldn't even have the courage to face it. Yang Wuji stared at the huge, malevolent silhouette with a serious expression. His hands were trembling slightly because he could clearly feel an indescribable pressure. That pressure was enough to make him unable to move. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling, but he was powerless to resist. That feeling almost drove Yang Wuji crazy. This was the new black god battle puppet after the black god transformation, the black god destruction. The moment the black god destruction took shape, a terrifying aura suppressed the heavens. Its body also moved, bringing with it a black storm that surrounded its body. At a height of 500 meters, it was incomparably huge. Although it was huge, its movements weren't affected at all. It was still fast and agile. The target of the black god destruction was sword god Qi Feng, who was controlled by Chu Mu. The black god of destruction raised the black great sword in his hand. The great sword was at least 300 meters long. As it slashed down from the sky, thunder roared and thunder exploded. The terrifying power turned into a black sword light, shattering the space around it. This sword seemed to be able to split the entire Yuan spirit battlefield apart. The people in the distance didn't face the sword directly, but they could already feel the terrifying power that was like an immemorial mountain pressing down on them. It instantly crushed their bodies and bones. One could only imagine where sword god Qi Feng, who was bearing the brunt of the attack, was. Inside sword god Qi Feng's body, the great emperor's faces changed drastically. They were under immense pressure, and their bones were cracking as if they were really going to shatter. They couldn't move at all, and even the circulation of their blood seemed to have stopped. However, they had no choice but to hang on with their tenacious will. Chu Mu, who was bearing the brunt of the attack, was under the greatest pressure. He felt as if his bones were about to crack and his muscles were about to be torn apart. His heart was beating a few times faster than usual, and a large amount of blood was being sent to every part of his body. He was under an indescribable pressure. The huge sword that was 300 meters long slashed down. The body of the sword was much bigger than sword god Qi Feng's. The terrifying pressure and sharpness crushed down. Chu Mu could hear the sound of his bones shattering. Under the pressure, he felt as if his limbs were going to turn stiff. Move! Move! As if he was roaring, all his strength burst out from the deepest part of his body. The great true will made cracking sounds and started to rotate slowly under the immense pressure. Sword god Qi Feng's arms moved slowly, and the two swords crossed above his head. With a loud bang, it was as if the void had exploded. The crimson light fell from the sky like a meteor. With a loud bang, it smashed into the hard ground, causing the ground to split open. Countless waves of earth rolled out, and layers of dust and smoke billowed. The ground was shaking nonstop. Sword god Qi Feng had already disappeared. Only the destruction black god was still there, maintaining the posture of slashing down with his sword. He's dead? He should be dead after such a powerful slash. The human race was terrified, but the divine race was different. Their low morale started to rise as they firmly believed that the slash had killed the terrifying sword god Qifeng of the human race. One should know that the black god of destruction was a terrifying war weapon that was formed by 10 black gods and 10,000 black nightmare army soldiers. Its strength was absolutely tyrannical, and it could even fight against a sovereign realm expert. It was reasonable for such a tyrannical destruction black god to kill sword god Qifeng with a single slash. Looking down, there was a huge crater that was 1,000 meters in diameter. It seemed bottomless, as if it was going to penetrate the entire Yuan spirit battlefield. Dust billowed and smoke filled the air. The destruction black god moved once again. He waved his huge sword and turned it into a huge black sword light, slashing towards the other sword god Qifeng. Chapter 2298. The battlefield was a huge meat grinder. Life and death didn't matter. The black god of destruction's sword slashed down, turning into a black sword light that was thousands of meters long. It emitted a heart-wrenching energy wave that sliced through the void and shattered the heavens and earth. As the sword slashed down, everyone tried to dodge. However, the pressure from the terrifying energy was too great. They couldn't move for a moment. A Qifeng sword god couldn't dodge and was hit directly. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist and exploded instantly. He charged out like a huge meteor and blasted towards the other Qifeng sword gods. The 300-meter-long giant sword seemed to be swung without any pattern, but it created a black hurricane that destroyed everything under the sword. The morale of the god race was greatly boosted and rose steadily. Each of them displayed even more strength. On the other hand, the soldiers of the Yuan city, especially the human race, were all greatly affected. Who would be able to withstand such a terrifying thing? Unless it was a sovereign realm expert. However, the problem was that even a sovereign realm expert had a sovereign realm opponent. They couldn't deal with the black god of destruction. If no one was able to stop it, then this time they would all be killed, and the battle would be utterly defeated. Yang Wuji frowned and gritted his teeth. He gathered all his strength and tried his best to activate the Qifeng sword god's power to stop the black god of destruction. However, when he got closer, he could feel the pressure from the black god of destruction. It was almost crushing him. If it was so difficult to resist the pressure, how could they stop the enemy? At this moment, another Qifeng sword god was killed by the black god of destruction. The 1,500 Qifeng soldiers were all dead. Everyone, prepare to use Qifeng everlasting. Yang Wuji's voice was transmitted to every Qifeng sword god. General, we need at least 5 Qifeng sword gods to use Qifeng everlasting. However, there are only 4 Qifeng sword gods left. A Qifeng sword god user replied. 5 Qifeng sword gods were the most basic. It was very dangerous to use Qifeng everlasting with less than 5 Qifeng sword gods. If they weren't careful, they would all be wiped out. There's no other way. We can only take a risk. Yang Wuji said. Apart from this method, he couldn't find any other way to resist the black god of destruction. If they couldn't resist the black god of destruction, they would all be killed. Rather than being killed, he might as well take a chance. The other 3 Qifeng sword gods thought about it and agreed. It was better to risk their lives than to be killed. Immediately, the 4 Scarlet Edge sword gods rapidly closed in on each other, preparing to use Scarlet Edge everlasting. Kill them. The leader of the Black Nightmare Army pointed his sword at the Qifeng sword god and gave the order to the black god of destruction. When he saw the 4 Qifeng sword gods approaching each other, he suddenly thought of something. He was not sure, but in order to prevent any possible changes, he had to stop them. It would be best if he could kill them all. The black god of destruction moved at an extremely fast speed. Like a black hurricane, The 300-meter-long giant sword brought with it a 10,000-meter-wide sword light. The 4 Crimson Edge sword gods were instantly stopped from approaching each other. In order to not be killed, they could only retreat in advance. Chi Feng Wuji had limited the gap between sword god Chi Feng and himself to 1,000 meters. However, the gap between them was thousands of meters. Normally, they would be able to cross it in an instant. However, at this moment, the distance of thousands of meters was like a natural chasm. Hold it back first, Yang Wuji ordered. The 4 Crimson Edge sword gods joined hands and continuously attacked the black god of destruction from afar. Streaks of scarlet sword light tore through the sky. The black god of destruction's body was huge, but its speed was not slow at all. It shifted in the void and dodged the streaks of scarlet sword light. However, the 4 Crimson Edge sword gods unleashed their full strength, as if they did not care about their own energy consumption. Streaks of scarlet sword light swept out like a storm, turning into a river of scarlet sword light that poured down continuously. The black god of destruction was fast and nimble, but it could not dodge all of them. Suddenly, streaks of scarlet sword light slashed the black god of destruction's body. The black god of destruction's body trembled slightly as it was hit by the overwhelming power of the scarlet sword light. Its movements slowed down for a moment, and it could not dodge in time. It was immediately bombarded by the scarlet sword light of the 4 Crimson Edge sword gods, drowning it in the blink of an eye. Everyone could only see that the body of the black god of destruction had completely disappeared. What they could see was crimson sword light fluctuations, which exploded one after another. It was incomparably dazzling. The terrifying aura fluctuations turned into crimson energy ripples, which spread out in circles. Great! Kill it! On the human side, the warriors were extremely excited. Because of the appearance of the black god of destruction, the battlefield had turned into the battle between the black god of destruction and the Crimson Edge sword god. The other warriors gradually stopped fighting. On the other hand, the warriors of the divine race had worried looks on their faces. After being bombarded by 4 powerful Crimson Edge sword gods, the black god of destruction would not be destroyed, right? The commander of the Dark Nightmare Army was bewildered. He was very confident in the black god of destruction, but he was also a little worried. After all, it was the continuous bombardment of 4 Crimson Edge sword gods. The bombardment lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before it stopped. The 4 Crimson Edge sword gods had consumed a lot of energy. The scarlet light circulated and the smoke gradually dispersed. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the center. On the human side, they hoped to see the black god of destruction destroyed. Even if it was not destroyed, it would at least be severely injured. On the other hand, the divine race was naturally the opposite. It was just a few breaths of time, but it felt as long as 100 years. Finally, the scarlet smoke dissipated to a certain extent. Everyone could vaguely see a corner of the black god of destruction under the smoke. However, it was still very blurry. Everyone's eyes widened even more. Impossible! How could this be? On the human side, everyone was stunned. Each of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. They were unwilling to accept such a fact. Their hearts were extremely uncomfortable, and they gradually fell into despair. On the divine race's side, the warriors of the divine race were cheering. I knew it. Our black god of destruction is the strongest. The human race is just a bunch of ants. Their Crimson Edge sword gods are completely incomparable to our black god of destruction. They can't even be compared to a finger. The black god of destruction was in the center of the 4 Crimson Edge sword gods' encirclement. After the scarlet smoke dissipated, the black god of destruction's body was completely revealed. His body was unharmed. Yes, there was not a single scratch on the black god of destruction's body. He allowed the 4 Crimson Edge sword gods to bombard him with all their might for more than 10 breaths of time. No one knew how many sword light had hit him. but his body was unharmed. Such defensive power could not be described with the word terrifying. It was utterly despairing. The black god of destruction, a sword that could kill, a crimson edge sword god. No matter how the 4 crimson edge sword gods attacked him with all their might, they could not even break his skin. How could they fight against such a defensive power? Even Yang Wuji and the others were doubtful. Even if they used Crimson Edge Limitless, would they be able to fight against such a terrifying black god of destruction? For a moment, Yang Wuji and the others had the thought of giving up on resisting and allowing the other party to kill them. The unharmed black god of destruction suddenly raised his giant sword and locked onto one of the Crimson Edge sword gods. The controller of the Crimson Edge sword god felt his hair stand on end. Without hesitation, he disintegrated. After disintegrating, the Crimson Edge sword god turned into 1,500 scarlet rays of light that shot out in all directions at an astonishing speed. The giant black sword light pierced through the air. However, the 1,500 Crimson Edge sword gods managed to escape in time. Some of them were a little slower and were heavily injured. Fortunately, they did not die. There were still 3 Crimson Edge sword gods left. What to do? What to do? Of the 3 Crimson Edge sword gods, the one controlled by Yang Wuji could use 50% of its power. The other 2 could only use 40%. Compared to the black god of destruction, the difference was too great. They could not even break through the other party's defense. This wasn't a game. There was no such thing as forcefully deducting HP. If you couldn't break through his defense, then you couldn't break through his defense. No matter how many attacks were piled up, it would be useless unless you could combine all those attacks into one and make them even more powerful. Or, like water dripping on a stone, continuously attacking until the defense was broken. Clearly, the 4 Crimson Edge sword gods were unable to do so. In the next breath, the black god of destruction locked onto the 2nd Crimson Edge sword god. Wherever the giant sword went, people would feel a chill. It's over. We're going to lose this battle. All of them were pessimistic. The war weapons of the various races and legions were unable to come over to help because the black god of destruction was holding them back. Once the black god of destruction killed all of the Crimson Edge sword gods, it would be battle God Qing Huang's turn. Then it would be the war weapons of the other races. The battle at the first stronghold was different. In the other 12 strongholds, the Black Nightmare Army had also used the Black God. The various races had also used Crimson Edge Sword God, Battle God Qing Huang, Titan King, Divine Weapon God of War, and Sovereign Giant Beast. However, their battle was not as intense as that at the first stronghold. Although the battle between them was intense, they were evenly matched. There were no obvious casualties. Hence, the divine race did not need to pay a huge price to activate the Black God transformation and create the Black God of Destruction. One had to know that the appearance of each Black God of Destruction represented the lives of 10,000 divine race warriors. Although there were millions of Black Nightmare Army and hundreds of thousands of divine race warriors, 10,000 divine race warriors was not a small number. They would not use it unless they had no other choice. If the terrifying Crimson Edge Sword God had not appeared the first stronghold and killed the Black God as easily as chopping vegetables, the divine race would not be willing to use the Black God transformation and summon the Black God of Destruction. Chapter 2299. With another slash, Sword God Chi Feng was forced to disintegrate. However, it seemed to be slightly slower. Hundreds of Chi Feng warriors were still killed by the Black God of Destruction. The third slash was aimed at the third Sword God Chi Feng. However, this Sword God Chi Feng had no intention of disintegrating. Instead, he exploded with an even stronger power. His entire body burned with scarlet flames. Those were the flames of life. Yes, the 1,500 sword cultivators in this Sword God Chi Feng had overdrawn their lifespans. They burned their lifespans in exchange for more power to fight against the black god of destruction. With a slash, he shattered the sword light of the black god of destruction. He nimbly circled around the black god of destruction's sword and attacked the black god of destruction himself. He became one with his sword and turned into a huge scarlet sword light, slashing towards the black god of destruction's neck. This desperate attack was like a meteor in the sky. Instantly, it carried everyone's hope. However, the black god of destruction's huge sword was already in front of him, blocking the slash towards the black god of destruction's neck. Scarlet and black sparks flew out like fireworks. It was very bright, but it made people feel despair. In the next moment, the black god of destruction's left hand quickly grabbed out, creating a violent storm. The scarlet flames around sword god Qi Feng's body flickered like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. The huge black hand grabbed sword god Qi Feng, who couldn't retreat in time. It pulled hard, causing creaking sounds that made people's teeth ache. Through the huge black hand of the black god of destruction, they saw the scarlet light being crushed into pieces. This sword god Qi Feng was crushed. This scene almost made everyone's heart stop beating. They were so shocked that they didn't know how to react. There was only one sword god Qi Feng left. It was the sword god Qi Feng controlled by Yang Wuji. Out of the 9 sword gods, only one was left. Such a loss was indescribable. The battle at the first stronghold was most likely going to be lost. Once it was lost, the battles at the other strongholds would also be affected. They would be defeated one by one, and the origin city would be conquered. The origin spirit battlefield would become a place for the divine race to station their troops. It would directly threaten the safety of the origin realm. The people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Everyone shuddered at the thought of such a scene. But at this moment, what else could he do? Powerlessness was the portrayal of their current state. Despair pervaded every inch of their bodies. Who could stop the black god destroyer? On the other hand, the morale of the celestial race was greatly boosted. They were about to win this battle. Annihilation Heishin was unstoppable. The sword that destroyed Black Deity was raised once again, pointing directly at Limitless Yang's Qi Feng. Yang Wuji's body stiffened. It wasn't that he was afraid, but the threat of the Black Deity destruction was too great. He didn't have the confidence to fight against it. Let's fight to the death, thought Yang Wuji. He could only do this now. Mobilizing the remaining power, a layer of red light began to flicker on Qi Feng's body. Gradually it turned into flames. Sword god Qi Feng was about to burn his lifespan. However, the black god of destruction did not give him the chance to do so. He turned into a black storm of destruction and charged toward sword god Qi Feng. Being disturbed, Yang Wuji's plan to burn his lifespan was interrupted. The sword slashed down, turning into a black hurricane, trying to kill Limitless Yang's Qi Feng. On the human race's side, all the warriors felt powerless. Some even closed their eyes, waiting for death to descend. In the blink of an eye, Limitless Yang's Qi Feng was about to die under the black god of destruction's sword. An earth-shattering boom resounded. An incomparably terrifying aura was violent to the extreme. That sharpness tore the world apart. The scarlet-red sword light was indescribably dazzling. In an instant, it illuminated the world, dispersing everything. Only that ray of light was left. The black god of destruction's sword seemed to have stopped. Time and space seemed to have frozen. The sword light went from bottom to top, rushing through the black god of destruction's body. Then, the frozen space-time returned to normal. No one could react to what had happened. What is that? In the next instant, whether it was the human race or the god race, everyone was shocked. Those who had closed their eyes couldn't help but open their eyes. Then they were stunned. They saw that a cross-shaped sword mark had appeared on the black god of destruction's body. Each mark was dozens of meters long, like a huge scar branded on his chest. The huge cross-shaped sword mark was so clear, When had it appeared? Who had left it behind? The black god of destruction was unscathed despite the 4 Chi Feng sword god's continuous attacks. His terrifying defensive power made countless people despair. But now there was a scar that was dozens of meters long. At a glance, it was obvious that it had been left behind by a sword. Who was it? Who was it? Everyone's gaze, subconsciously, moved to the sky. They saw a scarlet figure standing in the sky above the black god of destruction's head. The appearance of each Chi Feng sword god was more or less the same. The most obvious difference was that the swords they used were all different in appearance. This Chi Feng sword god held a sword in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. It's him. He's still alive. The All Heavens Sword Emperor Chu Mu is still alive. Everyone was extremely excited. A light called hope appeared in the depths of their hearts, tearing apart the darkness of despair. It was him who had killed the 10 black gods of the god race with his own strength. It was him who had forced the god race to pay a huge price to use the black god transformation. It was him who had left a cross-shaped sword mark on the black god of destruction's body that made people despair. He had let everyone see hope. They saw the hope of defeating the black god of destruction. The powerful aura and shocking sharpness made the 100-meter-tall scarlet figure look like a peerless divine sword that pointed to the sky. A huge wheel that was dozens of meters in diameter slowly rotated behind Chi Feng, sword god. It wasn't fast, but it contained an indescribable power. It was as if nothing could stop it, and it could crush the heavens. It's up to you, Yang Wuji thought to himself. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. On the Earth Carnage Proclamation, his ranking was far higher than Chu Mu's. But at this moment, he could only place his hopes on Chu Mu. In the distance, many powerful sword cultivators raised their heads and stared at the figure. The All Heavens Sword Emperor lives up to his name. The black god of destruction raised his head and locked onto Chu Mu. In his judgment, this Chi Feng sword god posed a greater threat to him. Shortly after, the black god of destruction's giant sword pierced towards the sky. This sword seemed to pierce through the sky. Under the sword, Chi Feng sword god disappeared. The black god of destruction's sword pierced through the air, and a scarlet figure appeared behind him, slashing down with both swords. Chi Feng sword god surrounded the black god of destruction and appeared from all angles. He circled around the black god of destruction and slashed out with both swords, leaving clear sword marks on the black god of destruction's body. Each sword mark was dozens of meters short and hundreds of meters long. In just a few breaths of time, the black god of destruction's body was covered with scarlet sword marks. Great! The human race's side was incomparably excited. Even though the black god of destruction wasn't defeated, the numerous sword marks on his body made it clear to everyone that Chu Mu's Chi Feng sword god had the ability to break through his opponent's defense. Inside the Chi Feng sword god, Chu Mu was in a state of absolute calmness. Inside his body, violent energy surged and poured out in torrents. The previous sword strike had directly struck down Chu Mu's Chi Feng sword god, causing him to fall into the ground. The Chi Feng sword god had also nearly collapsed. Fortunately, with their strong willpower and Chu Mu's leadership, all the sword cultivators were united and managed to resist the attack. The good thing was that Chu Mu's cultivation had broken through to the mid-level third step Emperor realm. A portion of the other sword cultivators had also broken through a small realm. Even if the others didn't break through, they had more or less increased their strength. The immense pressure also deepened Chu Mu's control over the Chi Feng sword god. Originally, he could display 80% of his strength, but now he could display 100% of his strength. Every 10% of Chi Feng sword god's strength had a huge difference. For example, a Chi Feng sword god with 40% of his strength could fight one black god. However, a Chi Feng sword god with 50% of his strength could fight two black gods and still have the upper hand. Then, A Qi Feng sword god with 60% of his strength could kill 3 black gods. As for a Qi Feng sword god with 70% of his strength, it was like Chu Mu from before. Chu Mu could easily kill 6 black gods at the same time with 80% of his strength, which was more than enough to deal with 10 black gods. 100% of his strength was much stronger than 80% of his strength. However, Chu Mu felt that it wasn't enough. Therefore, he used the true secret of human Tao to stimulate the potential in his body. Endless energy surged through his body, and to a certain extent, it affected the Qi Feng sword god's strength, causing his strength to surpass his limit and reach an unprecedented level of 120% of his strength. The difference between 110% was many times greater than the difference between 190% because it was an increase that broke the limit. 120% of Qi Feng sword god strength was indescribably strong. It was precisely because of this that the Qi Feng sword god could easily break through the black god's defense and leave a deep sword scar on his body. 120% of his strength made Chu Mu feel like he was about to explode. Even if he was facing a sovereign realm expert, he was confident that he could fight or even kill him. Of course, whether he could really fight or even kill a sovereign realm expert was unknown because he had never fought one before. Although he didn't know whether he was a match for a sovereign realm expert, Chu Mu wasn't afraid in the slightest in the face of this black god of destruction. His battle intent was shocking and his sharpness was peerless. His speed was extremely fast and he constantly flickered, leaving sword scars on the black god of destruction's body. His goal was to find the black god of destruction's weakness. Chapter 2300. The focus of the battle at the first stronghold was the battle between the black god of destruction and the double swords of the human race, Qi Feng. Everyone, regardless of race, stopped what they were doing and retreated far away to avoid being affected. Black god destruction was 500 meters tall, while sword god Qi Feng was only 100 meters tall. There was a huge difference between their sizes. In front of black god destruction, sword god Qi Feng was like a child who had just learned how to walk and a burly man with a stocky back and a bare waist. However, the Scarlet Edge, sword god, wasn't a child. It was very powerful. Under Chu Mu's control, it surpassed its limits and was able to display 120% of its strength. It was extremely terrifying. Its 2 swords were incomparably sharp and could easily break through the destruction black god's defense, leaving sword scars on its body. Although the destruction black god's body was huge, its speed wasn't slow at all and its reaction speed was fast. However, the Scarlet Edge sword god Chu Mu was riding had exceeded its limit and displayed 120% of its strength. Its speed and reaction speed were even faster and more agile. Like a red ghost, he moved around the black god of destruction at lightning speed. The black god of destruction waved his giant sword and grabbed the void with his left hand. It was as if a huge black mountain was descending from the sky. The terrifying pressure caused the void to freeze instantly. However, Qi Feng's 2 swords were extremely sharp and cut through the pressure like a hot knife through butter. After a few rounds of probing, Qi Feng left sword scars on the black god of destruction. However, the black god of destruction was not only huge, but also had thick skin and flesh. The sword scars were a few meters deep, and some were even 10 meters deep. They looked terrifying, but in fact they did not affect the black god of destruction at all. The 300-meter-long black sword danced, bringing with it waves of terrifying black storms that wreaked havoc in all directions. It was as if it wanted to destroy the Scarlet Edge, sword god that Chu Mu was riding. However, a crimson light could be seen traversing through the black, destructive storm like a swallow in the storm. Chu Mu already knew that the black god of destruction was full of weaknesses and flaws. However, there were no weaknesses and no flaws because it was not enough to break through its defense. One had to be able to cut it open. However, it was very thick with its 500-meter-long body. The key to the victory of this battle was Chu Mu. However, Chumu didn't feel any pressure because he didn't have the time to feel any pressure. He focused his mind and used all the power that he could use. With the two swords in his hands, the great true wheel behind him rotated, and a tyrannical aura suppressed the heavens. Chumu already knew how to deal with the black god of destruction. That would be to use overwhelming power to forcibly destroy them. After avoiding the destruction black deity's giant sword, Chumu steered the Scarlet Edge sword god into a stance in the void. He squatted down slightly with his legs apart. He raised the sword in his left hand and pulled back the sword in his right hand. It was as if he was holding a huge bow. He mustered all the strength in his body, and a terrifying aura surrounded his body. It was as if the red sword chi was surging and cutting through everything. In the next breath, Chumu drew his sword. The sword in his right hand pierced out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The extreme combination of power and speed. The sword was filled with endless changes, and the world-shaking impact of killing intent was all integrated into the sword. All Heaven Sword Style Sword 9. Sword 10 was a sword style that had to be integrated with the power of the Great Path. With the body of the Scarlet Edge Sword God, Chumu couldn't do it, but Sword 9 was enough. This sword was 120% of his strength. The explosion of the Scarlet Edge Sword God was even more terrifying. The space under the sword was directly pierced, and it was not an illusion. The sword pierced through the void and pierced towards the destruction black god at an astonishing speed. Chumu's speed was already so fast that the destruction black god couldn't avoid it. Now the sword was even faster, and the destruction black god couldn't even react in time. The red sword light pierced through the air and also pierced through the destruction black god's body. The moment it pierced through, the sword in his left hand also slashed down. All Heaven Sword Style Sword 9. All Heaven Sword Style was a kind of technique, a kind of application, and there was no fixed style. Therefore, it could be pierced, slashed, or even hacked. In short, all the movements of the basic sword techniques could be used in All Heaven Sword Style, and it was flexible and versatile. For example, the core of Sword 9's move was the combination of strength and speed, the constant response, and the condensation of murderous intent. The sword in his left hand slashed down, and the red sword light cut through the sky. A huge black arm also flew up. It was the arm of the destruction black god. The black god of destruction was a combat puppet, but it was a very special kind of combat puppet. It was not as rigid as ordinary combat puppets. It was closer to a human. If one had to describe it, it would be more like a living combat puppet. It didn't feel pain, but when its arm was cut off, it instantly affected its balance. That was a fatal crisis. The two swords went berserk, and the red sword light turned into a destructive storm that swept wildly and slashed down. In the blink of an eye, another black arm flew up. Then the head flew up. The head was so huge that it was almost as big as the body of the Scarlet Edge Sword God. The red tip of the sword brought about a storm of blades. Every strike was All Heaven Sword Style, and all of them were Sword 3. Wielding Saber 3 consumed much less energy than wielding Saber 9. However, in terms of direct destructive power, Saber 9 was not much inferior to Saber 9. The reason why Saber 9 consumed more energy than Saber 3 was that Saber 9 had a technique that could not be changed. It had a murderous aura that could attack one's mind and soul. At this moment, at such a close distance, and at such a fleeting opportunity, it was useless to use constant response, and either was murderous intent or murderous intent. Only direct power was the most practical. / The destruction black god's legs were also cut off. In the next breath, its body was slashed by hundreds and thousands of swords. Many of the swords slashed at the same spot, tearing its body into pieces. The 500-meter-long destruction black god was instantly dismembered by the twin swords of the Scarlet Edge Sword God that Chumu was controlling. Whether it was the humans, the Vajra tribe, the soldier tribe, the orcs, or the Protoss, all of them were stunned. The incomparably powerful destruction black god that had swept across all directions had been dismembered. Moreover, it had been dismembered by a human scarlet edge sword god. Such an outcome was simply too difficult to accept. However, looking at the pieces falling one by one, everyone had no choice but to accept this reality. The Protoss had no choice but to accept this reality as well. The destruction black god that they had created at the cost of 10 black gods and 10,000 black nightmare army warriors had been destroyed. The Protoss could not accept this reality. They felt as if the sky had collapsed. Their high morale was like a punctured rubber ball that had been deflated, and they became dispirited. The Protoss were dispirited, but Chu Mu would not let go of such an opportunity. He continued to control the Scarlet Edge sword god. Taking advantage of the fact that his energy had not been completely depleted, he instantly transformed into a crimson bolt of lightning and charged toward the other black gods. Before they could react, 3 black gods had already died under Chu Mu's sword. The other black gods immediately reacted, but another black god had already died. The crimson sword light filled the void. Wherever it passed, Chu Mu's sword was invincible. Kill! 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 One by one, the black deities were killed. Very soon, there were less than 50 black deities left. Their numbers were decreasing at an alarming rate. All of you, use the black god transformation. The Protoss commander roared. At this point, they could no longer care about any losses. Only by killing the human Scarlet Edge sword god would they be able to win this battle. The remaining black gods were enough to create 4 destruction black gods. 1 destruction black god was not a match for Chu Mu. However, if 2 destruction black gods joined forces, then it would be hard to say. If 4 destruction black gods joined forces, then Chu Mu's Scarlet Edge sword god would definitely die. Stop them. We can't let them use the black god transformation anymore. The various races reacted and shouted one after another. Their reactions were fast, but Chu Mu's movements were even faster. The black gods began to burn, turning into huge black fireballs. Chu Mu's sword also arrived in an instant. The crimson sword light shot out like an aurora, piercing through the huge fireballs one after another. Under the black god transformation, the black gods turned into huge burning fireballs with amazing defensive power. However, this defensive power could not withstand Chu Mu's sword. It was pierced through and killed instantly. Boom! Boom! A series of shocking explosions rang out. Black fireballs exploded one after another, turning into countless black flames that fell down like a meteor shower. It was dazzling and magnificent. In the blink of an eye, a few more black gods were killed. The Protoss soldiers who had burned their life force into fireballs were also affected. They exploded one after another, suffering heavy losses. How could this be? The Protoss commander seemed to have turned into a fool. He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion. Black gods were killed one after another. The original 40 black gods were reduced to 30, and the number was still decreasing. The Protoss soldiers were also dying in waves. There were already more than 10,000 casualties. Retreat! 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 The Protoss commander finally reacted. He shouted at the top of his lungs. The remaining black gods and the Protoss army began to retreat. They had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, they would be wiped out. As soon as they retreated, the Protoss soldiers immediately gave chase. Chu Mu's Chi Feng, sword god, was at the forefront. In an instant, he had killed 2 retreating black gods. Then he killed the rest of the black gods. Every black god was important to the Protoss army. Losing one was a great loss. Now they had lost more than 80 black gods. This loss was indescribable. Kill! 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 One by one they roared, venting the despair in their hearts with anger and killing intent. Under the pursuit, the god race warriors were killed on the spot. One side pursued the enemy, while the other side retreated in defeat. The advantage and disadvantage of both sides were clear at a glance. Another black god was killed by Chu Mu. Chu Mu also gradually felt that Qi Feng's sword god strength was insufficient. Wherever Qi Feng goes, I am invincible. The Qi Feng army roared in unison. Chu Mu also released the last of his strength. Chapter 2301. The sword light shone brightly. It was crimson red, like the setting sun and weeping blood. This was Chu Mu's final slash in this battle. This slash seemed to have pierced through time and space as it slashed towards the last 3 black deities. The 3 black deities were extremely fast as they rapidly escaped. Furthermore, they were not in a straight line. However, after the crimson sword light shattered the body of the first black deity, it made a turn in the air and slashed towards the second black deity. Then it made another turn and slashed towards the third black deity, shattering more than half of his body. 100 black deities were all dead. Over 100,000 warriors of the divine race had died. It was a heavy loss. The other races were still chasing after them. The divine race who had lost their black deities were like ants in the face of sword god Qi Feng, mighty Vajra, divine weapon war god, and revered giant beasts. They had no strength to resist. Chu Mu's sword god Qi Feng landed and stood on the ground. He had used up most of his energy and had to disintegrate. Fortunately, they had won the battle at the first stronghold. After disintegrating, other than Chu Mu, the other 1,499 great Emperor Realm sword cultivators either fell on their butts or lay down on the ground. They did not care if the ground was dirty or not. They did not have the demeanor of an expert and did not have the unique elegance of a sword cultivator. At this moment, who would care about that? They were too tired. They felt as though their bodies had been hollowed out. They did not even want to move. If the divine race were to make a comeback at this moment, they did not need many. Just one great emperor of the divine race would be enough to wipe them all out with a single strike. Hence, the other Crimson Light Army and Crimson Wing Army surrounded them to protect them. They were heroes, especially the figure standing in the middle. Compared to the others, Chu Mu was also very tired. After all, he was the leader. However, his recovery speed was faster. His physique was stronger and his will was stronger. Hence, he could still hold on. Under the circulation of the truth-seeking technique, his energy recovered rapidly. His exhaustion was also dispelled bit by bit. As for the other 1,499 people, they were completely exhausted. Every ounce of energy had been squeezed out. Even if they had pills, it would take them at least a few days to recover to their peak. After a period of time, the pursuing warriors all returned. Although it was difficult for them to hide their exhaustion, it was even more difficult for them to hide the excitement on their faces. They were nervous when they first fought against the Protoss army. They had just seen a glimmer of hope, but was ruthlessly beaten into despair. They were elated when they finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Although they were unable to kill all the God Race warriors in the end, they were still able to force them to flee in panic. They were like stray dogs, suffering heavy casualties. This battle was enough to leave a heavy shadow in their hearts. Whenever they thought about it, they would feel a chill run down their spine. The Qi Feng sword god that was controlled by Yang Wuji had also returned. Compared to Chu Mu, they still had some power left, but they still disintegrated. Fortunately, we have you. Yang Wuji walked in front of Chu Mu with a complicated expression. Then it all turned into admiration. Let's work together. Chu Mu smiled. He did contribute, but it wasn't his own effort. We have won the battle at the first stronghold, but I wonder how the other strongholds are doing. Yang Wuji raised his head to look at the other strongholds, somewhat worried. The god race could fuse together to create the black god of destruction. If it were not for Chu Mu, they would have been defeated long ago. However, the other strongholds might not have someone like Chu Mu. Chu Mu shook his head. He also did not know if anyone could stop the god race if they used the black god of destruction. Maybe, maybe not. He was not being arrogant or looking down on others, but he knew very well how difficult it was to unleash the full power of the Qi-Feng sword god. If it were not for the pressure brought about by the black god of destruction, which coincidentally allowed them to break through, and his control of power surpassed others, they would not have been able to do it. Let's go reinforce them. Yang Wuji retracted his gaze and stared at Chu Mu. His voice was low and powerful, revealing a kind of determination. General's idea is very good. Let's reinforce the other strongholds and defeat the god race as soon as possible. That's right. Kill more god race and cause more losses. Everyone supported, rubbing their palms together. Then let's go reinforce them, Chu Mu said. But before that, let's recover our strength first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wuji handed over a pill. It was a completely green pill, covered in specks of starlight. It looked very resplendent and gave off a faint aura, but it was extremely pure. Stellar Vitality Replenishing Pill. It's made from stellar beast crystals and a few spiritual herbs. It's made with hundreds of spiritual herbs. In terms of recovery, it has a unique effect. It can also eliminate fatigue. Yang Wuji said. He also took a Stellar Vitality Replenishing Pill. Chu Mu took it without hesitation and swallowed it directly. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it turned into a majestic energy that was quickly absorbed by the truth-seeking technique. Very soon, Chu Mu's exhausted strength was quickly recovered. The others didn't have such treatment. One had to know that the Stellar Vitality Replenishing Pill had an ordinary name, but it was extremely valuable. Ordinary, third step, great emperors couldn't take it out. Even the experts on the Earth Carnage ranking didn't have it, but the others had it too. They quickly took it and tried their best to recover their strength as soon as possible. After 15 minutes, Chu Mu and Yang Wuji had completely recovered their strength. Chu Mu even felt that the side effect of overdrawing his potential from using the true secret of human Tao had been partially eliminated. He estimated that he would be able to fully recover in a few more days. Those of the Red Edge Army who have recovered their strength, step forward, Yang Wuji ordered. Swoosh! Immediately, more than 2,000 Red Edge Army soldiers stepped forward. 15,000 Red Edge Army soldiers had suffered heavy losses. Now, there were only 5,000 left. Third step, Great Emperors, step forward, Yang Wuji said again. Swoosh! Another group of people stepped forward. There were more than 1,500 of them. Captain Chu. Yang Wuji looked at Chu Mu seriously. With you as the leader and us as support, we will form the Red Edge Sword God and rush to the second stronghold to support. In terms of the Earth Carnage ranking, Yang Wuji was far above Chu Mu. In terms of authority in the Red Edge Army, Yang Wuji was also above Chu Mu. But at this moment, Yang Wuji said that he wanted to form the Red Edge Sword God with Chu Mu as the leader. This was very shocking. All right. Chu Mu was slightly startled and immediately agreed, because only he could truly unleash the power of the Red Edge Sword God. Yang Wuji suggested, and Chu Mu also agreed. Naturally, there were no objections. Instantly, all 1,500 people were in position. Under the guidance of the Red Edge armor, everyone executed the final transformation of the Red Edge battle formation. The red light burned like flames, and under the guidance of each other, they quickly formed a formation. In the blink of an eye, a Red Edge Sword God appeared in front of everyone, holding a sword in each hand. It was the very rare double Sword God Red Edge Sword God. With a flash of his body, Sword God Qi-Feng turned into a beam of scarlet light that surged through the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, he instantly disappeared into the distance. Red Wing's army, listen up. Move out. Red Edge army, listen up. Move out. The warriors of the Red Wing's army and the Red Edge army immediately gathered and marched towards the second stronghold in an orderly manner. The remaining warriors of the Red Edge army we will also gather and go to the second stronghold to support. Let's go! The remaining few thousand warriors of the Red Edge army gathered and immediately moved out. Let's go to the armies of the Vajra race, the Soldier race, the Beastmen race, and the other smaller races all moved out. Because in the second stronghold, it wasn't only the human race that was fighting against the God race. They also had to rush over to support. The Red Edge Sword God soared across the sky. There was still some distance between the first and second stronghold. In the middle, there was a huge crack that could only be crossed by flying. The speed of the Red Edge Sword God was very fast. One should know that the Red Edge Sword God was formed by 1,500 third step great emperors. Among them, there were a few hundred who had reached the peak of the third step great emperor realm. Compared to the Red Edge Sword God that Chu Mu was controlling, it was undoubtedly much more powerful. With Chu Mu's precise control of his power, he could clearly feel that the power of the Red Edge Sword God was much more powerful than the previous one. If the Red Edge Sword God were to unleash 100% of his power, it might not be any weaker than the previous Red Edge Sword God that had unleashed 120% of his power. As for how powerful the Red Edge Sword God was, Chu Mu wasn't 100% sure, but he was 80% sure. At this moment, the Red Edge Sword God's speed had reached 100%. It was extremely fast. After a period of time, he finally approached the second stronghold. He could see that there were many figures outside the second stronghold. There were red figures, golden figures, black figures, and so on. Chu Mu could easily identify them. They were the Red Edge Sword God, the Mighty Titan, the Black Deity of the Divine Race, and other huge war weapons. However, he did not see the iconic huge figure of the Black Deity of Destruction. In other words, the Black Deity of Destruction did not appear at the second stronghold. However, it seemed like the situation of the Origin City was not looking good. The Red Edge Sword God and the other war weapons were at a disadvantage under the attack of the Black Deity of the Divine Race. They had suffered great losses. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they lost. Kill! Inside the Red Edge Sword God, Yang Wuji and the others roared furiously. Chu Mu controlled the Red Edge Sword God and descended on the battlefield of the second stronghold. The moment he landed, he turned into a bolt of red lightning. With incomparable sharpness, he streaked across the sky, leaving a long and straight trace that was shocking to see. It was too fast. It was indescribably fast. It was so fast that it completely exceeded everyone's expectations. It was so fast that no one on the second battlefield could react. Chapter 2302. In the human race's Qi Feng army, a Qi Feng sword god was besieged by two god races' black deities. Suddenly, the third god race's black deity arrived unexpectedly. The giant black sword slashed down mercilessly as if it was going to split the sky. Qi Feng, sword god, was pinned down by the two god races' black deities. He couldn't dodge or defend himself. He could only watch the sword slash down from the sky. The shadow of death loomed over him. Everyone in Qi Feng, sword god's black deities, felt hopeless. They were dead, but they were unwilling to die like this. Even if they were killed, they wanted to drag one of them down with them. In the blink of an eye, a crimson bolt of lightning tore through the sky and arrived before them in an instant. The three black deities paused for a moment before they were cleaved into two halves. What's going on? Sword god Qi Feng, who knew that he was going to die and was prepared to risk his life to drag someone down with him, was instantly astonished. What exactly happened? To think that the three black deities of the god race were all killed. He quickly turned his head and saw a crimson lightning shuttling through the god race's army. Wherever it passed, the god race's black deities died one after another. Even the powerful god race's black deities couldn't resist one round and were killed directly. The god race's black deities were killed one after another. It alarmed all the god race's black deities. They were all puzzled and shocked. Surrounded, The god race's leader shouted immediately. The god race's black deities left their opponents and charged towards the crimson lightning. A dozen of them formed a circle and surrounded the crimson lightning. Only then did everyone see clearly that it was Qi Feng, sword god. Qi Feng, sword god of the human race. Impossible. How can Qi Feng, sword god, be so strong? Look, it's holding a sword in each hand. It's not Qi Feng, sword god from the second stronghold. Could it be that it came from another stronghold? From the trajectory, just now, it should be Qi Feng, sword god from the first stronghold. What happened at the first stronghold? Could it be that the first stronghold has been captured by the god race, and only Qi Feng, sword god, escaped to the second stronghold? As soon as the speculation came out, it was accepted by many. There was no other way. The strength of the Protoss was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It did not seem unacceptable that their first stronghold had been captured. Ha 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 ha! Our first army has already taken down the first stronghold. Now, we're going to take down the second stronghold. The divine race leader also shouted in surprise. In their opinion, they would definitely be able to take down the first stronghold. Although they were surprised that it happened so quickly, it was still a good thing. Their morale was greatly boosted. More than a dozen black deities surrounded the dual sword Crimson Edge, sword god, and launched an attack. Unexpectedly, the dual sword Crimson Edge, sword god's speed was extremely fast, and he was incomparably agile. In the void, he was like a bird circling in the air, and like a fish swimming in the water. He avoided the encirclement of more than a dozen black deities and mercilessly slashed out with his two swords. Qi Feng's twin swords could even break through the defense of the black god of destruction, let alone a mere black god. He was as weak as tofu and would be cut open with a single touch. Sword after sword, it was extremely fatal. However, in the blink of an eye, a red whirlwind swept past. More than 10 black gods fell from the sky like birds that were shot by arrows. Their bodies were torn into pieces. A mere divine race is nothing more than this. How dare you talk about taking down the first stronghold? A voice that was as sharp as the edge of a sword came from the mouth of the dual sword Crimson Edge, sword god, resounding throughout the battlefield. Everyone, don't worry. The first stronghold has been defended. The 100 black gods of the divine race have been completely annihilated. Our army is chasing after them, and only a few wounded soldiers have escaped. I am here to reinforce you. The divine race side suddenly felt uneasy. 100 black gods were all killed, and the army was fleeing in disorder. They were chased for thousands of miles, and only a few wounded soldiers managed to escape. This must be fake. They must have obeyed in the wrong way. On the side of Yuan City, everyone was in a daze. They couldn't believe it, but when they saw more than a dozen black gods besieged and killed by the dual sword Crimson Edge sword god, they couldn't help but believe it. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the bastards of the divine race. Suddenly, everyone's morale was greatly boosted, and their strength was much stronger than usual. Suddenly, the originally disadvantageous situation began to gradually reverse. Black God transformation. In desperation, the leader of the divine race could only roar. Previously, they had only lost 3 black gods, but the other side had lost more and had completely gained the upper hand. Since the arrival of the dual sword Crimson Edge sword god, they had lost nearly 30 black gods in a short period of time. If this continued, they would really be defeated. The 10 black gods turned into huge fireballs, and so did the 10,000 divine race warriors. Chu Mu and the others were already very familiar with this scene, but the people of the second stronghold were not. Some people who knew more about the black god transformation first pondered, and then their faces changed greatly. Obviously, they had thought of something. Destruction of the black gods. Known as a terrifying weapon of war and slaughter, it was many times more powerful than the black gods. The dual sword god Crimson Edge sword god struck out again. The red sword light tore through the sky like a rainstorm and pierced through the enemy. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out continuously. The 10 black gods that had transformed into huge black fireballs exploded in an instant, turning into countless black fireballs that shot out in all directions. The 10,000 god race warriors that were burning up had lost their targets. The flames on their bodies could not be extinguished and could only burn until they died. The divine race was dumbfounded. This was their biggest trump card, but it was broken so easily. They now completely believed that the divine race army at the first stronghold had been defeated. The Crimson Edge sword god showed no mercy as he slaughtered the black deities in a frenzy. The number of black deities dying under the Crimson Edge sword god's sword had exceeded 50. Retreat! 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 After shouting 3 times, they had no choice but to retreat. If they didn't retreat, they would really be wiped out. As soon as the Shun clan retreated, those from Yuan City immediately chased after them, killing even more Shin clan members. Chu Mu's dual swords, sword god Chi Feng, was invincible. Once again, he killed one black deity after another. He had to kill all the black deities. At the very least, he had to reduce the number of black deities to less than 10. Only then would he be unable to perform the black deity transformation and merge the black deity of destruction. Kill, 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 kill. Only 3 black deities managed to escape. 70% of the divine race army had been wiped out. The remaining 30% were more or less injured as they fled in a sorry state. I'm going to the 3rd stronghold to reinforce them. I'll leave the 2nd stronghold for you to defend, Chu Mu said as he rode sword god Chi Feng, turned into a ray of red light, and left in an instant. Countless eyes were fixed on the departing red figure. The human race side was incomparably excited, while the other races were incomparably complicated. They were generally clear about the strength of sword god Chi Feng of the human race, but the Crimson Edge sword god that had appeared was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Soon, Chu Mu's dual swords, sword god Chi Feng, arrived at the 3rd stronghold. The battle at the 3rd stronghold had already entered its climax. Both sides had suffered losses and were considered evenly matched. As soon as Chu Mu arrived, sword god Chi Feng immediately launched a massacre. Not a single black deity could withstand one strike from Chu Mu. Soon, the situation of the battle was reversed, and the divine race army was at a disadvantage. The divine race army wanted to form a group to destroy the black deities, but they did not have a chance. They were directly interrupted by Chu Mu and killed one by one. They were defeated. The divine race in the 1st and 2nd strongholds have fled. Everyone, guard the 3rd stronghold well. After killing most of the black deities, Chu Mu rode sword god Chi Feng to the 4th stronghold. The people at the 3rd stronghold were all stunned. It turned out that the 1st and 2nd strongholds had already won. In the 4th stronghold, the black deities of the divine race were continuously slaughtered. Once most of them were killed, their strength was greatly reduced. They were no match for the various races in the origin city and were quickly defeated. In the 5th stronghold, sword god Chi Feng arrived and reversed the situation. The situation in the 6th stronghold was very bad. There were only 70 or so black deities of the divine race left, but only 3 sword god Chi Feng of the human race were left. The other war weapons of the Vajra race, the soldier race, the orc race, and other races had also suffered heavy losses. The army of the origin city was in imminent danger and was on the verge of collapse. Lung Changfeng rode sword god Chi Feng and fought against 2 black deities, but the 3rd black deity arrived and was in imminent danger. Brats of the divine race approach. A magnificent and sharp voice rang out, resounding throughout the battlefield. In the next breath, the red sword light arrived, and with a twist, it slashed through more than a dozen black deities and killed them directly. In the first 5 strongholds, the divine race army has been defeated. Now it's your turn. The voice sounded again, but the content of the words shocked everyone. Another 10 black deities of the divine race were killed. This voice is... Lung Changfeng was stunned. Although he had only spoken to Chu Mu once, and it was not a pleasant conversation, but he remembered Chu Mu's voice. However, at this moment, there was a very absurd feeling in his heart, and he found it hard to believe. But Lung Changfeng was sure that the person who was riding Sword God Qifeng was the All Heavens Sword Emperor Chu Mu. Why was his strength so tyrannical that he could kill the black deities of the divine race as if he was cutting vegetables and melons? Kill, kill, kill. The black deities of the divine race at the sixth stronghold were all killed. Most of them were killed by the 2 swords of Sword God Qifeng, controlled by Chu Mu, and some were killed by the war weapons of the various races. The divine race army suffered heavy casualties and was directly defeated. They did not even have the chance to escape and were completely annihilated. Chu Mu rode Sword God Qifeng to the 7th stronghold to reinforce them. Lung Changfeng also rode Sword God Qifeng to chase after him. But in terms of speed, the difference was too great. In a few breaths' time, Lung Changfeng could no longer see Chu Mu's Sword God Qifeng. All Heaven's Sword Emperor, I, Lung Changfeng, am sincerely convinced. Lung Changfeng muttered to himself. Not long after, Chu Mu arrived at the 7th stronghold. At first glance, he saw an incomparably huge body. It was the terrifying black deity of destruction.